actually, oh, okay, we're live. I forgot that I was looking at the delayed timer.
Excellent! That's exactly how this needed to go, and welcome! If you're new here, my name is Brenna. I am your Never Needs to Retcon DM, and welcome to Tales from the Catacombs. This is our tabletop RPG adventure that we are thrilled to share with you. This game uses the Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition D20 system and rules, and the setting is a homebrew based off of the rock album Razia's Shadow by Forgive Durden. We have a brief introduction to the setting that you can read at your leisure, and I hope you will, so you can be as immersed in the world as our players are. Without further ado, please enjoy this episode of Razia's Shadow, a 1,000-Year Interlude. Let's recap. Session 16, Different Perspectives. Jeremy, the acolyte, left the downstairs office of Saker's Keep with the box housing the crown, and the head celebrant followed shortly behind him. Snow took a few minutes to examine the room and discovered a false wall. Before he could figure out how to get past it, Bo warned him about the commotion above through the mind link. Mind mail. Upstairs, Bo failed to intimidate or reason with the leader of the squad, claiming to be the Peace Watch, and a fight ensued. The novices fought hard for a victory, and Stayan made sure the head of these bandits stayed alive for questioning. Before that could happen, Snow saw the deaths and stormed off in disgust when he wasn't given a satisfactory answer as to why they had to die. The others caught up with him and shared their perspectives on what had happened at Saker's Keep, learning that they may not see eye to eye on everything, but that didn't mean they wouldn't look out for each other. And Snow could put words to his resolve to stay with these growing friends. Stayan touched base with Lear, and Snow and Bo continued the conversation about whether or not to kill, and dipped into Bo's history with magic. When the four reunited, they went to the Novice Command offices to find Moonridge, and shockingly found all four Novice emissaries. Bria told them that Captain Nora was awake, and the emissaries were escorting them back to the rally district. So, where we are. You've been told that where you are headed is back to the rally district to see Captain Nora, who is apparently up, whatever up might mean. Unless there's anything left over that you guys needed to do before you made your way, then you're gonna head on out. Was there anything else you needed to do at the Novice Hut in the Novice Command? All right.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I wasn't sure if we were already on the road because she was basically kicking us out the door.
She was pretty much saying, like,
Let's
we're on our
go.
way. So, fantastic.
the
I just wanted to
road.
make sure. Just
Hit
wanted
the
to
road,
make
Jack.
sure. So, you guys make your way out of these little halls in the Novice Hut, back through the Wild Pike, and down the now very familiar route, heading towards the Rising Gate to the south. As you guys arrive, Vaughn very quickly walks ahead towards the coach house, where there is a man standing there that you have not yet... Well, you've seen him once now. He has this long red hair. He kind of has this... He has this very handsome look about him, but still there's like both a weird softness and kind of a gruffness. As he and Vaughn are talking briefly and he looks in your direction, you can see he has these light brown eyes, kind of a slightly upturned nose, and these thin lips. The two talk briefly, and as you get closer, you hear that Vaughn is asking him about preparing a wagon for all of you. Everyone give me a first roll of the day. Give me a perception check. I was about to say a notice roll, and I'm like, this is the wrong game.
Ooh. This is
Starting strong?
the strongest I think I've
No.
started. Perception?
Uh-huh.
It's a dirty 20.
Hey!
Nice.
I rolled an 18. I thought I had a better
Lila,
perception
you are
than that.
muted.
Viola, we can't hear you, my love.
Story of my life. I got a 23 though.
Whoa.
I picture her being that aggressive when she's looking around.
I'm gonna see so hard. Do a
Well,
20,
I got a
23.
total of 12, but it's a natural one.
Oh.
Of course, the one time stay-in does not good. Viola does wonderfully.
Yeah, that sounds like the story of you two.
I also have a total of 12, but I rolled a 10, not a 1.
Somehow that feels better. So Bo and Viola and Snow, you guys can see that the man that Vaughn is speaking to, he's nodding along. He hears the request. He's prepared to go about it. And you guys notice that someone peeks their head out from the stables. You guys see that familiar dark cloak pulled over his head, the little bandana or wrapping over his face. You see Sazian kind of bundling out a little bit, pokes his head out, looks like he's prepared to start moving towards you, but immediately the actual stable hand, he he snaps his fingers towards Sazian, shakes his finger, and then Sazian nods quickly and in his hunched over way goes back into the stable. As this man with the red hair approaches you all, and he nods at you. He smiles, and it still just feels very gruff as he's smiling. But he smiles at you all and nods, and he says, well, it's good to see you in... Oh, sorry. He says, voices are fun. It's good to see you in better condition than you were in. I'm Darmin. I run the stables here.
Did we
Nice to
meet before?
you.
I was here on your way back the night you were coming in very late. Looking much worse for wear than you do now.
I guess I wasn't paying much attention.
I couldn't blame you. But it's good to see you up and about. And now let's see about getting you a proper vehicle travel.
Is that gonna take a minute?
Oh, you have vehicles?
Proper transportation, I should say. Pardon, I come from a part of the world where everything just feels like it needs to be fancier than it actually is. And he turns back to you, Viola. It shouldn't take long at all.
We're gonna have the standard horsepower.
Yes.
Viola's gonna look
Singular
at
horsepower.
Viola's gonna turn and look at her friends really quickly and be like, "Do you guys think I have time to like run and see Buttercup really quickly?"
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay, that's all Viola needs. She takes off in the direction of the stall.
Oh, there she goes. Okay, so you go inside to see Buttercup, while Darmin is now, he's going into the coach house and he is very swiftly preparing your carriage. Inside of the stables, are you just like beelining over to her?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So Sazian is in there. He's actually in the same place you had seen him the first time, just working on something or other in some corner of the stables. He turns only for a moment, whether you see it or not, and then turns right back. But you get to Buttercup's stable, and it is empty. Her pen is empty.
Sazian, do you happen to know where Buttercup is?
He turns to you in your direction, but his head is down and he is hunched. He nods his head. She's with her trainer. They're preparing her to be better suited for travel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't know if you've noticed, but I formed a bit of an attachment to her, and I was just coming to see her before we go on a short little trip, and so I didn't see her, and I got worried for a second that she was gone. But I guess I'll get out of your hair then, Sazi, and I hope you're having a wonderful morning so far.
He just kind of nods his head. Yes, it's fine, thank you. And she'll be back probably in just a few hours.
Well, it was nice to chat with you too, and hopefully the rest of your day is more than fine. And she'll smile at him and then turn to leave.
He doesn't. You assume he doesn't catch your smile because his eyes are still just down at his own feet. But he does again kind of nod his head, and then you head on out. In short order, sorry. My music was too loud. I was so excited to have music again, and then it was too loud. In short order, this larger carriage is prepared. This one has some bench seating properly, as opposed to the last time you guys made your way to the rally district. There's some separated bench seating. You are offered assistance to get up into the wagon, or into the carriage. Let's call it a carriage, that sounds better. Fancier than it needs to be. The emissaries sit up front. Vaughn and Moonridge sit side by side. Bria and Rochelle sit side by side. And there is plenty of space for the four of you towards the back.
Oh, so when you said up front, you don't mean like they're steering, somebody else is like
No,
guiding that part?
Actually, that's a very good question. These are the details. These are the
It's
details.
Magical.
That's why it's a vehicle and not just a carriage.
It's kind of like a lift deal.
A lift? Oh my god. Let's say that due to the circumstances, Vaughn is happy to take the reins with Moonridge beside him. He did fine before.
Just hopefully a chicken won't get in his way.
He's not for the chicken. He didn't hit the chicken.
That's what I mean.
He should have hit the chicken.
Yeah. Hopefully he won't be overcome with indecision and just stop halfway there.
We'll see how well he does.
Since you're going towards Nora, maybe he'll be different than leaving Nora.
Maybe he'll go faster.
Maybe.
One can only hope.
So Vaughn and Moonridge are up front. Moonridge is beside Vaughn, who is steering. Behind them are Bria and Rochelle. And then you guys are sitting in... It's definitely spacious back there for the four of you. Up front, as you guys are traveling, it's not a long distance. It's a couple of miles. But Moonridge and Vaughn appear to be in some discussion, as do Bria and Rochelle. You see, because they're right in front of you, every now and then, Bria has this large bag across her. The strap goes across her chest, and the bag kind of sits on the seat beside her with her arm resting on it. And every now and then, she's, while they're just talking, she'll pull out some scroll or other. They look kind of crumpled, as if she just kind of mashed them in there. But she'll pull one out, she'll open it, she'll look it over with Rochelle, and then when they're done with that, she'll stuff it back in, and she's very quickly able to pull out another one. And she does this a number of times along the trip while they're talking. And Vaughn and Moonridge are further up. They're not doing anything particularly special other than moving the cart along. If you are interested in hearing what they are saying, I will allow a perception check. If not, we'll move right along.
Well,
but I feel like it's important to give you the option.
Katha, I could be wrong, but what was the feat that you took? I thought, for some reason, I thought you took the feat that also allows you to read lips. But maybe I could be wrong, because there was one that raises your perception.
No, I took skill expert. Observance, one of my
okay.
next.
That's it. That's what I got confused with. We both took skill expert then.
That would have been very cool.
It's a good one.
Read lips.
That is a good one.
Ooh, I got a nat 20.
Oh my gosh.
6, so she's probably not hearing much.
You're thinking about Buttercup.
not gonna lie, there were tears forming. If Buttercup was gonna be gone, there
My
were
first
gonna be
thought was
tears.
off to the glue factory.
That was where
They
my
didn't-
head went
they
to.
didn't
Off
make
the
the
way,
cut.
boxer.
It's like, please, no. They couldn't get the crown sold, so they gotta make money somehow.
You know? Be a
Horrifying.
cute little horse.
Natural resources.
Be a cute little horse. All right. Are you the only ones rolling? You two?
No, dirty 20 for me.
Okay, a nat 20, a dirty 20, a 6.
No's not paying attention.
Excellent. I love it. Beautiful. Thank you for that. So yes, Viola's off in her own world, probably thinking about Buttercup, but don't let me assume for you. Bo, you can definitely hear what Bria and Rochelle are talking about. They appear to be going over some notes maybe they were given, some orders maybe they were given, and it appears to be pertaining to the Peace District as a whole and kind of where the novices are involved in some area or other. And then you hear them put it into some kind of context of the upcoming unveiling tour. They seem to be discussing points about like what areas will be available or closed off to novices, and things that they'll have to discuss whenever they have their next assembly. The first one you guys were in attendance to, so this gives you some kind of insight as to how they sort of plan these orientations and these assemblies. And you also kind of overhear Bria saying something along the lines of, I hope Captain Nora will let me come along when all the touring is going on. That would be so great. They continue their discussions. You overhear a little bit of what's going on further up. You definitely hear them talking about, Moonridge and Vaughn talking about the Harvest Lamps Festival and the unveiling tour. Whatever it is that they're talking about seems to be something very physical, because Moonridge is making these very like sharp gestures as he does. He that you guys have assumed is very into fighting. So he's making these very sharp gestures, and you can kind of assume that much. Sayin, you can make out very clearly that they appear to be talking about additional training around not just the unveiling tour, but also the Harvest Lamps Festival. They are talking about training for the Peace Watch and how they sort of feel like, well, Moonridge certainly feels like he should be involved with some of that training. And he wants to talk to Lord Eonvor, who is the chief of the Peace Watch. Whereas Vaughn is just very quiet. The most talking you've heard him do so far has just been to Darmin. So as you guys make your way, you see the familiar wall leading into the Rally District. You guys head towards that northernmost gate again, and it's sort of a direct path down not an alley, but like a street that is heading directly towards the command residences and passing by like those some nice housing on the way, just a residential part of the district. The carriage stops as you guys approach those familiar sort of townhouse style homes, and you stop in front of the home with the plaque that reads Isalin, E, and you're able to get out of the carriage. Vaughn, again, without saying much, makes his way to the door. You see him kind of hold his hand up to it for a moment, and then he waits for all of you to approach to catch up to him.
As we're walking up,
And
Stayin's gonna, or Oh my gosh. Viola.
I speak for staying now.
This
Fair,
is
I'll
what
allow
she's gonna
it.
do. Let me tell you.
Viola's gonna reach back into like the gap where her chest plate and the plate on her back meet, and reach in and grab her journal out of her waistband and pull it in front of her, flip it open real quick, grab the paper that she got from Torval out, and then put her journal back in her waistband.
Okay. So you're holding on to that, the assignment you were given.
Also, during the trip, can we say that Snow was writing the entire time? Writing a
Absolutely.
letter.
Only if I get to read it. I've been waiting weeks. But yes, absolutely you may. Were you purposely trying to keep it private, or you were just going ahead and jotting it down?
Well, I was actually gonna say, with the nat 20 perception, would he have both
looking at
seen any
me.
of his writing? I mean, all he was doing is listening. He wasn't looking at them.
Sorry, did I get that confused and Bo got the nat 20 or the dirty 20?
Yeah, Bo got the nat 20.
I'm so sorry. Flip the amount of information you received.
I was
I
just assuming that
apologize.
he heard everything Stan heard too.
I could have sworn that you said the dirty 20. I am so sorry. My brain must have just completely blanked.
It's flipped in the notes. We're good.
Thank you. Guys, my players are so nice to me when my brain goes full ADHD. It's really very kind. Okay. So yeah, I might allow a small peek. You were not purposely focusing on him, but it is a nat 20. I might allow teeny peek, but we can discuss how much of that might have been.
I mean, I
seen.
can always reroll again because he probably would have been curious. But if we want to see with the reroll, I could also do that because we only just found out he was writing.
Let's find out. Hey, Josh, we'll put it in your hands. High or low?
But he wasn't being cautious. Why don't I just roll perception?
Because I like your nat 20. If it doesn't go his way and a nat 20 is on the line, we'll make it spicy.
Hi.
Hi. All right. Yeah, Bo, go ahead, reroll.
All right,
Go roll another nat 20.
that one's
Or
an
two.
11.
Versus a passive perception? Is that fair if you weren't
I
purposely
mean,
trying
his
to hide?
passive perception is 12.
No, not your passive. Snow's
Well-
passive, yeah? If he's trying... Because he's not trying to keep it a secret. It's just a matter
He's
of,
not keeping a secret
how
that
much
he's
are you?
writing. Yeah, but if he sees anyone being obvious about it, he's gonna be like, "Why are you
Stop
reading this?"
it. Stop it.
But you can, if you just look over, if you just glance, he's not hiding it.
Yeah, I mean, he probably would have been bored after like reading 2 words anyway. But
Probably.
My dear sweet, I'm done.
yeah, probably.
He couldn't even get through a letter, like not even a letter, literally a singular line of prayer. So yeah,
Yeah.
That tracks. That tracks.
True. Yeah, so it starts off, my beloved nerd. So would Bo
Yeah,
have
he
kept
probably would have
reading?
stopped after reading that.
That worked out very nicely.
Amazing.
Probably would have done an eye roll too.
Beautiful.
So,
Perfect.
As they get off the wagon and start approaching the door, Stan will subtly hold out her hand to Bo in case he wants to take it to get through the ward on the door again.
yeah. Is there a way of subtly taking it? I was picturing him just like patting somebody on the back as they were going through to make it seem more casual than hand holding. It's like that one kind of ballroom style dance where they do like palms together.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, so her
Up to
just
Bo.
yeah, he'll kind of like make sure that he's walking through with Stan, I suppose, in some capacity.
Okay. So as you guys get closer to the door, Vaughn opens the door. He walks through, has the door held open, and gestures for everyone to go inside. And he just says, "Just wait in the living area."
Oh, actually, before he would do that, does he sense it as he's approaching? Just because I'm just curious if it's still even active, because it's a different day.
It would be as you were approaching. It would be as you were crossing the threshold.
Oh.
That's when you felt it.
I thought there was times where he just got close and you could feel that it was, like, getting there.
The time that I said that was because that was more of a dread than I think actually feeling the actual sense of the arcana. I think.
Okay.
But no, I mean, if
Snow
so,
couldn't sense anything.
yeah.
But you also aren't affected by it.
If so,
Still
as you're approaching,
Arcana.
yeah, even if so, as you're approaching the door, you don't feel anything as you're approaching the threshold. Is that fine for him? Does he continue behind Stan?
Have all the emissaries already gone in?
Moonridge has gone in, and Rochelle has gone in. Bria was taking the rear.
Okay, then he'll just be cautious then, and he will just go with the plan A.
Okay. And as you are touching the back of Stan's armor, subtly, you know, maybe you're just like, oh, we're a little bit squeezed in a bit. It's fine. You cross the threshold. You do not sense anything as you cross the threshold. And Bria comes in, and then Vaughn closes the door, and he's already been gesturing towards those couches that were over to the left, for you to sit and wait. You guys take a seat?
Snow
Do they have
sits down
paint?
for like 5 seconds and then gets up and starts walking around.
Do they
That's
have
what I
things?
figured.
Do they have things hanging?
It's pretty sparse, just like before. There's only two things that are actually like on the wall.
Mm.
There's 2 small framed, like, certificate looking things.
Okay. He's thinking, because I was thinking about the hole that he put in the wall.
And you know exactly where there is a small divot in the wall.
Yeah, he was
That
thinking about
nobody else
moving
is
a
looking
picture
at.
there now that she's awake. Just kind of.
I mean, like, there's some rugs, and there's you can see through an open passage to the dining area. There's paintings in there, but they're pretty big.
And stay.
house
You
is
still
kept
don't
quite
know
well.
any fixing spells?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Do you need something fixed?
No. Thank you.
Are you sure? I'm sure if you need help, we can. If I can't do it, we could go back to Seika's Keep. I'm sure Garo would be happy to help you.
No, it's for the house. And he points at the hole in the wall.
The hole.
Remember
The less
last
attention
time
you
we were
draw
here?
to it, the less attention will be drawn to it.
What
how
do
you
we
get away
know
with things,
about her
don't you know?
husband?
And while you guys are having this small conversation, Bria has unceremoniously dropped herself into one of the seats, and then, like, in one, like, fluid motion, she, like, drops and then very politely, like, crosses her legs at the knee while she's waiting. Rochelle, kind of in her garb, she always kind of looks like she's floating about as she glides, so to speak, over towards an empty seat and sits. Moonridge does not sit. He stands behind one of the couches, and Vaughn makes his way upstairs.
So everyone that's sitting, like couch-wise or seating-wise, how many of the seats are in view of the stairs?
I can tell you. Give me just a moment. And I can have that map, because I made a map. Yay, maps. Let's see. Two are in view of the stairs.
And
The
people are
two
sitting
longer couches. Bria sat herself down in the kind of single seat that is not facing.
Okay.
Rochelle is sitting to her right on the furthest side of the longer sofa. So she would have view of anyone crossing over to the stairs. Not Vaughn. Moonridge is behind her, and then the other seats are available to you. There's also 2 rocking chairs on the other side of the room, next to what appears to be an instrument, like a harp.
Well,
But most of it is in view of the stairs.
well, Bo sees an opening where no one's looking. He's gonna try and sneak up the stairs. Where one of those 3 aren't looking.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Oh, are they not looking right now?
They can be.
Well, that was the story because
Life is
well, you
happening.
mentioned that they were all doing things on the carriage, so like he was looking to see like if they're still going through bags, going through stuff, and if there was a moment where they were having their eyes taken off. He wants.
They're not doing anything nearly so specific at this point. They assume that things will continue pretty swiftly. Like Vaughn seems to have gone upstairs to go inform the captain that y'all have arrived. So, Bria and Rochelle are talking amongst themselves. Moonridge is just sort of waiting, and he, every now and then just nods at you guys. But otherwise, he's not paying super close attention. Maybe there's a point where someone gets his attention, like one of the other emissaries. So
Dan will
then
go
I guess-
stand by Moonridge, behind the couch by Moonridge.
okay, and he would greet you and say that
Alright.
he's glad that you're doing well.
Is that the
No, you
equivalent
go
of a
ahead, Rowan.
help action?
No, unless she's
You have to
doing it
ask.
specifically. Yeah, are
Huh?
you telling her to go talk to Moonridge so you can
Well,
go
no,
sneak
but if
upstairs?
she is distracting him.
She's not doing it to try and help, though. She was going to do it anyway.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, just go ahead, roll regular.
Alright, regular, it's a dirty 20.
Okay.
And then if I add a psionic die, if it's needed, that will bring it up to a 23.
Okay. You don't need the die.
Sweet.
So you take the opportunity as the two ladies are talking amongst themselves, and as Stayan approaches Moonridge and he turns to her, you take your opportunity to make your way up the stairs. Stayan, were you saying anything to Moonridge in particular, or you just
Maybe 1 second.
only if you want to?
She would ask him, can you remind me again what language it was on that slip of paper that we showed you from the hovel that we were at? You understood it. You knew it. You said it wasn't important, but you understood it.
Oh, yes. Oh, that gibberish infernal, that garbage language. Yes, it was infernal.
Right. Thank
Don't
you.
tell me you have interest in anything like that.
I think when it comes to dealing with things both dark and light, there can be a reason to learn the forms of communication or understanding needed to adequately assess situations for oneself and not rely on the translations of others.
That's wise. That's tactical, using your brain. That I can appreciate. But don't go digging too deeply. You don't know how it might warp that brain and make it much less tactical, much more like the language itself, just oozing with dark and unnecessary things.
Indeed, care must be taken when
Why did
dealing
you
with the
learn
dark.
it?
For the very same reasons. Simply, it's part of education. When you're learning to handle the dark, then it can be prudent if you're capable. And I was doing much fighting against dark creatures, and some of them speak in such a way, so I should be able to make sure I can fully assess what's going on, and then I can kill those things properly.
Did they ever speak back? Have you ever had a conversation with one?
Oh, I don't take time for conversations with dark things. No, certainly not.
but some of them are intelligent enough to speak.
Oh, not midnight beasts. No, no, no. I mean, people who have availed themselves to the dark. Those, they can speak, but I have no interest in what they have to say.
So glad Bo's not downstairs right now.
We call that fortuitous.
You don't think there's value
there
in learning
anything-
from your enemy?
Oh, certainly. I can learn quite a bit. But at the same time, those types of enemies, I have no need to know anything about them except how to remove them from being problems for the light.
Interesting perspective.
Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment.
Oh, then I apologize that you're misguided in that way, but you're here to learn, and if there's anyone who can teach you more, we have plenty of tutors to do so.
I've been doing fairly well being self-taught myself. I'll continue in that regard for now. But I know if I ever do need a teacher, won't be good to you.
What? Were you saying something, Snow?
As actually, no, never mind. No.
Okay.
What is
Then
Viola
we'll-
doing down there? Is she just like hanging out? Is it good to just-
Viola found a seat and she just has opened up her assignment and is just reading it and rereading it and rereading it.
Putting little hearts. Okay.
Is there anything magical in the room?
Are you using detect magic?
No, he's just looking around, see if there's anything that looks to be enchanted.
There's nothing.
Basically,
stand
Snow is
out.
bored and he's just going through her stuff.
Oh, is he actually just walking the perimeter of the room?
Check
Just
out the
sitting around?
pantry. She might still have food.
Yeah, no, he's walking through the room. If there's anything out, he has touched it. If there is nothing at all interesting in here and it takes too much time, he's gonna go into the next room.
Sure.
Do the
So if you recall, because I don't have this loaded into Roll20 and I apologize. If you recall, the downstairs is composed of just the 3 rooms. So the large living room, and then to the right, the top or the back room would be the kitchen, and then the front would be the dining room. There isn't much, like, it is a sparse rather room. Everywhere appears to be relatively sparse. But if you're looking around, you just see those 2 documents that are oh my gosh, framed on the wall, and you can see in the kitchen there actually are a few bundles of things in the kitchen that, if you are curious enough to open up, it's just different packaged foods. They look like care packages. And then in the dining room, you can see a single place setting on the table. It actually looks like the dining room is starting to kind of collect a very, very small layer of dust. There's a singular place setting, but the main feature is there's this cabinet that has a lot of dishes in it, and most are pretty plain, but there's one set that is this very elaborate, beautiful china set. And what dominates the walls, or the wall, which would be the wall of the outside front of the house, are 2 portraits. One is very clearly Captain Nora, and the other appears to be Captain Elikin Asalin. He looks much more normal. It's not the same kind of exaggerated features as that wedding portrait. It almost doesn't look like the same man as you're looking, because they were just so exaggerated in the other portrait.
Snow suddenly remembers that upstairs there was something that looked like the Dark Shard up on a shelf. And so he's gonna go upstairs to grab that.
Are you stealthing upstairs or are you just walking?
No, he's just going.
If you're just going, you would hear Bria calling out, telling you to just wait a minute and Captain will be down in a minute.
Yep, all right. He keeps walking.
Oh, Snow, come on! And she'll get up and like follow you, and if she has to like grab the back of your cloak, like she will if she has to, but she's more like half pleading, like please just keep this simple.
I'm not gonna bother her. It's fine.
Out of respect for her, she's
I'm not even going in her room.
don't go through her house.
Why not?
Downstairs, please.
He's still walking.
You're gonna make her put hands on you. If she has to, like
She can try.
she will physically, if she has to, either blockade or like take your shoulder or something. She will physically stop you if she has to.
She
Like
can try.
half bleeding. Do you want to do an opposed strength check? We can do this thing if we want to.
If Viola sees that happening and sees that she's struggling to keep Snow downstairs at all, then she will help.
She's going to assist. I love it.
If needed.
Stan's just watching with her eyes rolling.
How do you do?
So, if I am attempting to escape a grapple, is that essentially what's going on here, mechanics-wise?
It would be attempting, to avoid being grappled in the first place.
All right. So, to escape a grapple, you can use acrobatics or athletics. Can I use acrobatics?
You may.
Oh, I thought it was a strength
All right.
check.
I assume
That's
that.
why I'm clarifying.
Yeah, we can call this a grapple. I'm happy to do that. Which essentially.
So that is a 15 for mine.
Which is not enough to her 25.
What?
She's strong,
Can't
girl.
even cutting words.
Wow.
Do I
She's
spend
strong.
a spell slot to give her disadvantage? That's the question.
You.
No, he's not. He's not quite that curious.
Okay.
He's not worth the spell slot. Fine.
So she'll have like tried to like put herself at the top of the steps before the last bend. Like, please, I don't even get to stay here long. Like, can we just say hello to her and then go out?
What's up there that you're afraid of me seeing?
It's not your house.
I've already been there.
What?
I've been everywhere. Travel more than you have, I'm sure. I've seen a lot of things.
Well, that's
I
all well
think
and
there's
good.
anything up there that I can't see.
Of all people, I wouldn't expect it to be you to just walk into someone's house and touch things. I thought you were more polite than that, Snow. I've heard a lot of things.
Well, I'm also bald, so that's another thing to learn about me.
And you can hear the door, or a door upstairs opening, to which Bria will very much insist that you go back down the stairs. Like she will very, very much insist. Are you still resisting her?
No, he'll go downstairs and then leave the room and go back to like the dining room or kitchen or something.
Fair enough.
As
Whoa.
Snow's leaving the room, Stan's going to call after him. And happy birthday, Snow. I forgot to tell you earlier.
Oh yeah, thank you. I was a little insulted you forgot.
When Viola hears that, her head snaps at Snow and says, "It's your birthday?"
Yep, that was the day y'all decided to kill people.
Snow.
Viola's not looking at Snow. She's not saying a word back to Snow.
That was harsh.
She looks back to her note.
You can't see him at this point. He's out of the room.
I mean, wasn't it? Wait, maybe I just don't remember the map very much, but it just looked like one big room with
No,
like a
it's
side
3
nook.
rooms.
Oh, okay. Then I
Mhm.
don't remember
Yeah,
this
it's
map
one
at
large
all.
living room. I think I can share it with you guys in the Discord.
I remembered it being
Yeah.
like 3 rooms upstairs, and I remembered like
It
a nook
is-
in the corner, but that's all I could picture in my mind.
Give me a moment, and I will happily share that with you. And we'll get over to you as well, Bo. Because you snuck upstairs, and so they couldn't stop you. Raleigh District. Nora's house. This one. Open. Boop. It is in the Discord.
Can you put it someplace that I can get to it, like in the
Roll
roll 20?
Yes, I think I actually can just drop it as an image in Roll20. Hold on.
Here, I can put the link in Roll20
Well, he can't leave.
Well, she puts, yeah,
in the chat in the link. Does that
yeah,
link
she
up
puts
for you?
over
Oh,
there.
There it is. It's in
Oh, can you open it in a new tab
Oh,
browser?
what? I see it.
You can open
The
it in
picture
browser.
shows
You
up
can
in the
open it
chat
in
roll
Okay,
20
now
anyways,
I could
apparently.
see the rooms. It's like
Okay.
it doesn't let me enlarge it, so I see a very small thing, but I understand the layout from the
Excellent.
picture.
That's all you need.
Now I see how it's 2 rooms.
That's all you need. Do you need the upstairs too, since you're going upstairs? As a reminder.
I remember the upstairs was just the stairs, then the bedroom. There was a bathroom off the bedroom, and then there was the study, which is where he was heading.
I put it there anyway, in case Cassie wants to share it too.
I got it. I am on it.
Speaking of Bo, let's get to the good stuff. So you make your way upstairs.
So
Were you going?
First, he was gonna listen to the door, and then he was gonna make his way to the study. So by the time that they would have come up, he would have been already in the room that Snow is going towards.
Gotcha. Go ahead and give me a perception check from outside the door.
Ooh. Oh, actually, it's better than it looked. It's a 21.
Oh my. Okay. You can overhear just some it's brief conversation, as if it's the tail end of a conversation. You hear a voice you haven't heard asking, all right, are you ready? And you hear Captain Nora responding. There's a kind of very heavy sigh, and then an inhale, and then another slow exhale. Yes. All right. You hear Vaughn interrupting briefly, saying, Captain, if you're not actually up and ready to move, and something cuts him off immediately. He stops talking. You don't hear much else, except a couple of, like, gentle, steady, okay, and, like, kind of encouraging words, and maybe the creaking of some floorboards, as they appear to kind of start to move.
Okay, so at that point, it would be when he moved over to the study.
Okay.
And he's trying to see if there has been anything that's changed since they already ransacked it once, if anyone went in there and either tidied it up, or if there's more things that seem out of place.
Give me an investigation check.
Alright. That is a investigation, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so that is a 21.
Another 21.
And it could be a 27 if I add psionic.
do you only add psionic if you need it to pass, or can you choose
You
to add
only-
it to improve your roll?
So I've been doing it just that way I don't have to keep asking like, oh, did I pass and then roll it?
Sure.
That's how I've been
Right,
rolling
so
it
at this
ahead of
point-
time, but it's only there in order, like, if you fail, you can do that to try and pass.
Only to try and pass, not like, oh, I got to pass, but I want to do better.
Correct. It's not to do better,
Okay.
it's to pass.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. You don't need to mark it.
Okay.
I will keep that in mind for the future, so then this goes even smoother. So you look around, and it does look like the room has changed some. Some of the books that were on all the previous books that were on the table before are now on shelves. It looks like this room has been used very recently, but it's the table is cleared, the other tables are clear, chairs are pushed in, everything looks like it was kind of put back in order.
So at this point in the room, is he now hearing what's happening in the hallway?
I think Snow had done a little bit more looking around. I'll allow, if there's more you want to do, I'll allow like 2 more quick things if you wanted to. 'Cause Snow got bored.
So nothing was added to the room from that roll that I just did? Like he didn't notice anything added additionally?
I will say you see some of the shelves, so like where they had put the books back on the shelf, you see a couple of scrolls that are also like kind of sitting in the space between the next shelf up and the top of the books. You see a couple of those scrolls like that.
And they weren't
That
there
were not there.
before?
They were not.
Okay, he's gonna look at them then.
Okay. You see what appears to be maybe a map of some kind, but it's not labeled with any names you recognize, almost as if it were coded. But it's mostly, the most standout thing about it is that most of it just appears, it's almost like someone poured ink on it to just make a big smudge of darkness on the map. There's a couple of other spots that are circled with little squares inside of them. One of them has like a red point on it. And like it's just not well labeled, anything that you can quite grasp on first glance.
Okay. So besides the map, what was the other ones?
The others appear to be notices. Like they appear to be written to someone, with orders. It all feels very militaristic. It all feels like commands given. These tactical commands for maneuvering, for hideouts, for gathering places, things like that. It looks like a very tactical instruction.
None of them are particular interests? Like none of them stand out?
The only things that like jump out just glancing at it, you see mention of the Scarred Mountains. You see it appears to be like maneuvering into the Bands of Dark.
Is there a name of a dress on any of these? Like, can he tell if they were things that were specifically for Nora or if they were specifically for her husband?
These are from Captain Elikin Assalan.
Oh, they're from. I really wish I had keen mind now, but
What does that do?
it makes it so you remember everything that you, I think in
That
general,
you've seen
yeah,
in the last month.
yeah,
Gotcha.
perfectly. Also helps the time of
Photographic
day and
memory for a
direction.
month.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And time of day and direction. You always know where north is, I believe.
Oh, that's nifty.
All right,
Also on my
so
list.
I wish I could have on my list.
Dang.
All right, so after that, I guess he'll probably roll them up. Oh, actually, so the one that looked like it was coded, you said it looked coded?
That like map-looking thing. Mhm.
Yeah. Is there a
You know you want to.
Well, is there a candle in here?
Yes.
Okay, he's gonna try lighting it and then holding the map up to it, seeing if it decodes anything. It just like not burning it, but some messages could be
Yeah.
revealed by
Heat,
fire.
heat activated.
I
Yeah.
almost want to make you roll for that to make sure you don't burn it.
Well, he knows how to hold a piece of paper. Well, I guess maybe
I
not
almost want to
historically
make you
has
do it.
ruined pieces of paper, but
He doesn't have good history with fire, does he?
Or dex checks in general.
yeah, this is a controlled
It's
candle
very easy to do, though.
I won't make you roll it this time.
because it doesn't work, does it?
Yeah, you don't get a. You think that maybe something else is part of the code.
And so, was it that it looks decoded because it's like blacked out, or is it like the names don't register as any kind of names on a map or anything like that?
It's more because you get that sense more because it otherwise looks like a child's drawing, and why would someone have this child's drawing with all the other very tactical and warfare oriented books on this shelf?
Oh, yeah,
You get this sense about it.
He's gonna start like trying to mimic it down, and he'll be interrupted and probably stop and start putting it away once he hears the commotion on the stairs. So
Okay.
I don't know how much he'll be able to get down before then, but that's what he's gonna be doing up until then.
Roll me a d6.
A d6?
Yeah, just roll a d6.
I got a 4.
Okay. So with like, you get like a solid 4 minutes of all this nonsense going on to start mimicking.
Oh, 4 minutes for a
map.
kid's drawing is pretty good.
4 minutes. Like you start with the dark part and you're like, oh no, I can do the other more intricate parts first, and and you kind of assume where things were on the dark part. Before you then start to hear Bria pleading with Snow to just go back downstairs, please. And then shortly after that you hear the door. Well, you may not hear all that.
So
You
he's
may not hear
gonna
all that.
Well, when he does hear the other door open, he's actually planning to go up and stand so that way if somebody were to come into the study, he'd be behind the door when it's opened. So he's aiming to like go like that.
So you hear the commotion, and then that's when you start to leave the study.
No, he's not gonna leave it, but he's gonna position himself
Go
in
to the
case
door.
somebody, because he doesn't know if somebody's gonna walk in. So he's gonna hope
Okay.
nobody does, but in case they do, he's gonna stand behind where the door would swing open.
So it's not the door to the study that's opening; it's the door to the bedroom that's
Yes, but he's
Yeah.
gonna hide behind the door.
opening in case they open it.
Correct.
Gotcha. You stand in your hidden spot, and downstairs, so Sayan and Moonridge were chit-chatting for a moment. Bria and Rochelle were chit-chatting. Viola was doing her thing. Snow came back downstairs. Well, I guess Bria was ushering Snow back downstairs.
Snow goes into the kitchen.
Mhm.
And is the fire in there lit?
It is not currently.
Is the door to the kitchen closed, or is it just like an archway, or what is it?
Let me remind myself. I believe... Oops, I have two of the same thing open. I believe that's a doorway. It was closed and you opened it before when you went in. So it's up to you if you closed it
Okay.
after yourself.
Yeah, I let it close, and then I go to the fireplace. I take a handbook out of my bag and I place it there and use prestidigitation to light it. And then
Okay.
as soon as I do that, I use minor illusion to make it look like that didn't happen at all,
Okay.
just in case somebody comes in and wonders why you can hear crackling flames. For the next minute, everything looks and sounds normal. Well, it looks
Excellent.
normal, I guess. I don't think I can do both.
Yeah, just as the flames are beginning to like fully consume this handbook. Why didn't I see this coming? Why didn't I see this coming? You
I'm not
hear
burning this one.
it's with her in player spirit. You hear steps. You hear footsteps coming down the stairs from inside of the kitchen. And everyone in the living room, you guys can see as Vaughn is coming downstairs, and he kind of keeps his eye out behind him, as right behind him is Captain Nora. She looks she's wearing that blue leather armor that you had seen her in previously. Her hair is pulled back in that telltale ponytail, keeping this long white hair out of her face. Her skin is back to that standard, her normal, like, kind of olive tone, and you don't see any of that streaking, you don't see any of that darkness on her at all as she comes down, hand just kind of trailing along the railing. And when she spots the group in the living room, she pauses and she smiles as she says, "You're all right. And it's such a relief."
Does she know Snow's alive? Because she doesn't see me.
That's true.
She sees everyone but me.
She
Well, she
What
doesn't
if she
really
thinks I
Bo
died?
either, right?
note
It's
that
just
pretty
Viola
quickly.
and Stan right
Yeah,
now.
no, Bose
True.
needs to plan his way
That's-
down still.
So
Like, I have
she
an
knows
idea,
that
but
half
it's
the
it's
group
not
is
gonna
okay.
I have an idea for how he's gonna get down, but it's not gonna be easy.
The girls alone survived.
That's all that matters. Who
Girl
rules
power.
the world? It does seem to take her a moment to kind of register. You're not all here. And she immediately looks at Vaughn.
We were all here.
We all came here.
How curious.
Viola will holler out, "Snow, Bo, you guys in here somewhere?"
Snow's making tea now.
No
Snow
gets
likes to
bored.
turn invisible sometimes, so he could be running around here invisible.
Hold on a moment. So you're making tea, huh? Okay.
I'm making tea, so they could probably hear that now from the kitchen.
So there is so you do see there are a couple of other items in the pantry, but it's otherwise sparse, like the rest of this house seems to be, except for like those little care packages. And there is, in fact, a bag of tea leaves there. You just go ahead, you see them, you're like ready to go and start making tea.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You
I mean,
make-
he's gonna smell them first and see if they smell good. Like they're, I don't know.
Oh, they
It
smell.
doesn't seem like it'd be good.
They do smell
Okay.
good. They also smell very familiar, like the tea leaves you had delivered the day before.
He's gonna make tea.
Okay. So you start making tea. Captain Nora begins walking towards you all, and she is looking about. You said you all arrived.
Yes, Captain, we did. I don't know where Bo went off to, but Snow gets bored. He's probably poking into something. Do apologize for that.
Well, I hope Bo's not planning to sneak up on me again. And she says that you do note that she has, her holsters are on, and she does have her dagger on one side, and she does have her firearm on the other side.
Is she wearing the flower crown that I left for her?
She is not wearing it.
Though it probably would have been dead by now. 'cause
Rip. Yeah, it only lasts 24 hours-ish.
She
But
just
isn't
wakes
to
up
say
and
it
these
was on the
wilted
stairs.
plants are on top of her chest.
There's like a single petal, like, got left behind on her shoulder or something.
So when they went downstairs, did Bo hear 3 sets of footsteps going down the stairs?
He heard 2. Yeah, he heard 2.
Well, that's concerning. 'Cause my... So,
I like making things accidentally difficult.
well, then he's not going to leave this room, but he is going to open one of the windows in this room to crawl out of it.
Good luck.
He's
getting back
aiming
inside.
to go through the one that would be facing, like, as I don't remember which I know that he was able, like, I want to say that the side where Nora's bedroom, it was the back of the house where her bedroom was, or was it the side?
No.
It was the
The
side.
Side of the house.
Okay, so he's gonna go to the side of the study that is the back of the house and open up
Okay.
that window and
Yeah,
then crawl out of it and
There's
then
a window on that side?
I think it
yes.
only has windows on one side.
oh, I see something that
Yeah.
looks windowy.
I think that's a bookshelf.
That's a
I don't know what the bigger thing is. I
portrait.
think maybe
My
it's a
my
picture.
image is this big, so I'm doing my best.
The back wall has bookshelves and
Let
portraits.
me just put this thing in roll 20 and be done.
It is in roll 20.
It is?
Well, it's in
The little pictures are.
It's in the chat in
It's
roll
in the
20.
chat.
Roll 20,
Alright.
not Discord.
If there's only one,
Correct.
if
It's
there's
in the
only
chat,
one
roll 20.
window, then he's gonna go out whatever
Oh.
windows are available.
There's multiple windows. They're just only on one side.
Oh
Mhm.
well, what
Hold
kind
on.
of
So it looks
structure
like-
is
Hold
this?
hold on. Give me one moment. I apologize. That is a little crazy. This is the first time I've been making these fun maps. I'm gonna see if I
When they were
can't-
building the house, they're just like, I really just want to see the sunset.
We just need to see the
That's
front.
it.
This is military tactical. We only need the front.
Oh, there might be one on in the little gap that's next to the bathroom.
Oh, you're talking about where the toilet is?
Yeah. See how there's one right next to the toilet? It looks like there's one opposite the toilet window.
Yeah, but he would have to
That's
leave
in
the
the
study.
study.
He's concerned because he knows that there were
Is that-
3
No,
people.
there's one in the study
Oh,
on
there
the
is?
wall that's opposite from it. There's like a
Oh.
little weird gapping
Yes.
alleyway thing.
Yes.
The gap,
Okay.
yes. So
Thank
there is
goodness
a
for the
window
gap.
on that side. Yeah,
I just don't know if that's the back of the house or not.
it is. So
well, a gap
where
is
that-
inconspicuous anyway, so.
The gap is the as you are looking out the window to see, you can tell it is the walkway towards the
Wait.
the garden. in
Are
the
they
back.
two windows facing each other? One for the study, one for the bathroom.
There are.
So they are
Why
never
not?
far apart.
Precisely. This is ingenious design, guys. Don't even laugh.
All right, so he's gonna open
Look,
up
the
that
fire
window.
codes demand weird things. It's okay.
Medieval, gothic, dark fantasy OSHA. Okay, it's real.
And yet we still don't have health insurance or dental.
Nope. We don't have enough employees for it. I'm
Or
sorry.
dental.
You don't work enough hours.
If the dark offers us dental, I'm switching.
Bye. They definitely offer dental, but also you might not live long enough to use it. Bo, as you go out the window, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, so it is there.
Gosh.
Okay. Let me see. Which of my dice feel lucky? Ooh. All right,
If
that's
we get
gonna
blown
be
out the window, we
a.
have to come back inside.
That'll be a 17.
Okay. You
Okay.
crawl out the window and you feel this, like, you feel like all the hairs on your body are standing on end, but you are able to spider climb your way through it.
And am I able to
without
close
being
the
blasted
window
off.
on my way out? The perfect crime.
Yeah, you can maneuver. You can kind of. Yeah.
Okay, now phase 2 of this plan
You're overlooking
is
the garden you ruined.
to try and open and go through the back door.
Okay.
Not
We
this
need to get
again.
back in one way or another, so we
I
made through
know.
one barrier.
No, it's fine. Yeah. So you want to open it stealthily so you're not seen?
No, it's okay
just
for
go
him to
ahead
be
and
seen
open.
in this case, because, I mean, he's allowed to go out. So actually, he will try to be somewhat sneaky, I guess, in case there's backfire. But, yeah.
If you are attempting sneakiness, please give me a stealth check.
Okay, so for the stealth check, I've got a...
I will let you three. Well, not Snow. I'll let
So-
Viola and Sayan roll a perception.
That's an 18 or a dirty 20 if I need to use a psionic die.
I suppose
That
we'll find
is
out shortly.
a
13.
32, 31?
What? You rolled
19
30?
plus. Yeah.
A 19 plus what?
Plus 11?
Plus
11.
12.
12?
How do you have a 12 plus modifier?
I don't know how
She's
to roll.
spamming guidance like she always does.
Okay.
We had a busy day and there could be baddies out there. Guidance.
And
Okay.
so she has a +8, then the +4 from the guidance.
That's like, 'cause I have
19.
Oh, because you have perception as a expertise because of
Expertise.
skill expert. Okay. How does it
Go
say?
ahead and mark off the psionic die
Is that because of the other people?
for the others.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Not for
that's
staying.
that's who I was mainly concerned with anyway.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I let them roll, but the others I gave a
All right. So now do I have to make a con save?
Yes, you do.
All right. Come on. All right. How does a 15 look?
A 15 looks similarly like the hairs on your body are standing on end, but otherwise you might kind of jolt a little bit because it's uncomfortable, but you can make it inside.
Yes.
I
The
believe
perfect
you.
crime.
Nobody go back to the previous odds and tell me my numbers are wrong. I'll just yell at you.
Well, I remember he
I
got
will
like
yell
a,
at you. I'll glare at you.
he only passed once last time, and I think all of the rolls were really low, except for the
really
one
low.
that he
Yeah.
passed. So
Yeah.
I
feel like the
honestly
DC
did
was,
not
like,
know if a
10
15 would
or
pass.
11 or something. I think 11 was the DC. Something like that. You think I'd have written it down.
Who are they
Yes,
trying to
yeah,
ward
no.
off with a 10 DC?
Stupid, dumb, baddie monsters. That's who. Moonridge did it. He just completely underestimates everything from the dark.
That would track.
Sounds about right.
Yup. So you open the door and slip down inside, and you see Captain Nora, who has made it about halfway across to towards the couch area. She was looking about and timely sees you. Oh, good. We didn't lose all of our novices on one moment.
It's good to see you on your feet, Captain. We heard you were doing rather poorly.
I'm all right, but it's good to be on my feet.
Oh, before
she's-
you have to go off your feet, we have a few things that we need you to sign, actually.
Sign?
Yes.
All right.
No
She's making her
pleasantries,
way.
eh?
Hmm?
Nothing.
She starts making her way towards the couches. Bria shoots up from her seat to give the captain a space to sit. And Captain Nora will sit. Vaughn stands behind her, unsurprisingly. And she says, "Well, what have you gotten into in 24 odd hours?"
Nothing at all.
Oh, Snow walked into the room at that point.
No,
No.
he's
Oh, okay.
no, he's still making tea.
He's still
Okay.
I
making
assume
tea.
it'll take a few minutes.
Mhm.
I don't know how to make tea, but I assume it takes a little while. Gotta boil water.
Boil water, tea leaves,
Gotta let it steep.
instant tea.
I assume they don't have a microwave, so it's gonna take a little bit longer.
That's why we need magic. They didn't have microwaves. Are you guys giving
Actually,
her the?
no, never mind. Never mind.
Are you guys giving her the whatever needs to be signed?
Well, Snow
don't
has the
even-
one. I believe
Oh.
he was. Oh, I think it was given to him. It was either given
Yeah,
to.
it was given to him, and then I think he
I
gave it to
passed
someone
it off.
else.
Oh, okay. You
But I
passed
don't
off.
know who he passed it off
Stayan
to.
has it.
Okay.
Stayan has it.
Yeah.
Viola's waiting because she doesn't want to ask about hers first. She wants to do she's waiting for the other one to come out.
Viola,
Oh.
thank you.
Yes, it's for a next assignment actually. So Stan will take out the paper and pass it over to Nora.
And she'll look at it as
Got the
Nora.
instructions.
And she she holds it out, but she is surreptitiously covering Bria's signature as she's showing it to Nora.
Give me a dexterity sleight of hand check, please.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
is not my rogue.
This is not your robe.
Nope.
Oh, Rose
That is
always
still
good at it.
a 9.
Let's see.
And that's its spammed guidance.
Guidance I rolled a 5, got a 1 on the
Oh,
guidance,
no.
and I have a +2 modifier.
As you show it
Eight.
to her, she looks up at you and she says, "The table will be much flatter ground for me to sign. You can let it go."
Stan will put it down, let it go. She can tell that it didn't work.
And behind her, so Bria is standing like beside Vaughn. Vaughn is kind of hovering as he does. But Bria is standing over there, and she was watching the whole time, like watching you, watch Nora, watch you, watch Nora. She hears the response, and you just like watch her like flinch, like, and then she lets it go. But she's from somewhere available. She has some ink that she reads over what it says. She sees Bria's signature, looks up at Bria, and she says, "Good choice." And Captain Nora will sign this. As she's handing it back, she says, "You're certain you want to go out again this soon? I wasn't going to send you anywhere anytime soon if you needed time to rest."
The doc doesn't rest, Mom.
Yes, people need their deliveries, you know.
She looks at you for a moment, Bo. Have you... She hands the note to Stan. "Have you changed that much over the last few hours?"
I think your illness is getting to you.
He's still rude
Yes,
as ever, I'm
Captain
afraid.
Nora, I also had something that I needed you to sign when that interaction starts happening. Viola will butt in.
All right.
So I got a sort of invitation to train with Storkham Ians, and I would love it if you would sign it. And she passes it over to, or she holds it out for Captain Nora to take. And she'll say, obviously, if this isn't how things work for the novices, or if it's something you don't want me to do, I follow your orders. You're my captain, but I would really love to train with him.
She's noticeably shocked as she takes the assignment from you and reads it over. She's looking at it for for a whole minute, reading it again. She looks back at you and she says, "That is quite an honor. And unusual, admittedly."
Unusual in a good way or a bad way?
It's not a bad thing to say. It's simply unusual for a god to wish to train individually with a novice, someone who has arrived not days earlier. Do you have a previous relationship with him?
No, I've never met him before, but there may have been some circumstances that led to the invitation.
Hoping for a future relationship, though.
She nods her head. It's entirely your decision, Viola. If you wish to go about this is your assignment, and I will follow your lead if you feel you're ready. I can promise you it will not be an easy training.
Oh, I figure so, and I hope it challenges me so that way I can, make my skill set better. I mean, that's the whole purpose of training, and that's why I'm here, is to train and fight for the light, and I feel like this is going to be the biggest challenge for me, and so it will result in the largest growth, and so I really would love to take on the challenge.
Yes, maybe you'll be able to skewer 2 people on that sword of yours next time.
I'm
sorry?
Looks at Bo and just...
Captain Nora signs her name, lets it dry, hands it back to Viola.
When she hands it back to Viola, Viola will reach back behind her armor, grab her journal out, put it back in the journal. Like, flip the journal open, stick it in, close the journal, and put it back.
Good luck.
Thank you, and thank you for signing it.
You have to find your own path. And that is what I'm here to do, is to help you find that path. No more,
Also,
no less.
I apologize for us bombarding you with all this paperwork to sign, and we haven't even asked how you're doing yet. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. But you are right, before we get too lost in other matters. Where's Snow? Because there are things we do need to discuss, including an actual debriefing of your first assignment, as there seem to be some lingering effects.
Snow?
Is the tea done?
Yeah, it's gonna start to kind of, the water's boiling and you're ready to get those tea leaves steeped.
Yeah, I think if there was a cover on whatever he's boiling it in, it would have started boiling.
Some standard little teapot. There's a teapot.
Yeah, then I think it would have been good.
You can also warm water instantly, so we can
Even better.
expedite that process.
Beautiful. Yeah, then you're
I
ready
can't
to
boil it, but I can make it already warm, so it'll boil sooner.
Actually,
Oh, good, you're not just going to use the warmed water for tea. Thank you.
I feel like I heard somewhere that like cold water actually boils faster than warm water. Like
Depends
I
on
feel
how
like
warm
I
it is
heard
to
that
start.
somewhere. I don't know where, and this was like a decade ago or more.
If you want the science
That doesn't
behind it, I
make
can give it
sense.
to you, but it's not,
Not
a big
now.
enough change.
Later. First, we have conversations to have. But yes, the tea would be ready to at least set out for, give them a moment to steep, and then they'll be able to drink their tea.
Alright, well. He'll come out when the tea's done.
Okay.
Also, Viola and now Stan have both hollered Snow's name. I don't know if he's listening or maybe he just doesn't care.
Nora will ask,
I
did
don't
he
know
step outside?
if he's heard it or not.
The way they were yelling, you probably heard your name twice.
I mean, Stan can use thaumaturgy and make her voice 3 times as loud if needed.
Please don't.
Or you can just walk over.
I know Viola
Did
doesn't
I
know
know?
where he went.
Did I know where you went?
Yeah, he came
I
downstairs.
mean,
and
you
he
can
was just
see the door to the
meandering.
kitchen.
Oh,
Yeah.
Did he leave it open? I thought he closed
They
it.
can also
I thought
see
he closed
the
it.
No, the
We
door is
probably saw him
closed,
go in
but
there.
like they all saw him walk into the kitchen.
Yeah. Nora
I think
does.
he's in bed.
Viola looked away
Especially-
before he went into there.
Before you mention he's in the kitchen, the novice emissaries kind of start to break off and go look. So like, so Vaughn stays. Bria heads to the back door. Moonridge makes his way to the dining room, and Rochelle starts heading towards the kitchen. To which, Snow, you'll see the door open, and like you look at normal height expecting to see someone, and then like at least like 2 feet below standard is you see Rochelle step in her gliding manner, and she just looks. She sees the cups, sees the tea kettle, looks back at you.
Would you like to give me a hand with the tea?
She nods her head. Certainly. And she'll, in her gliding way, go over. So she'll, little her, will like hold out a tray and ready to take these cups, and whatever you give her, she'll make her way back out.
All right. When we have all of the cups, Snow will specifically be the one to hand tea to Captain Nora, and
Which
he
she
will
smiles
ask
at
her,
when she sees you. There you are.
Captain, I have a question for you, and that is, what is your favorite flavor of tea? If it's not this.
In all honesty, I don't drink very much tea.
Well, what's your favorite flavor of drink in general? Have a hot drink.
Those floral flavors tend to be nice, I suppose. Hibiscus-esque.
He'll wave his hand over the tea and use prestidigitation to flavor it hibiscus.
Thank you. So you all are served tea either from Snow or from this tiny gnome. Rochelle going about.
Snow is not drinking tea, by the way. He's still just
Okay.
like pacing the room.
Are
Making
any of
laps.
you drinking it? Are any of you drinking any of the tea? No one's having tea? Lame.
And Bo didn't have it
Very
back at
weird.
the keep either,
That's
so
true. Snow's not having
Say,
any
and we'll
tea.
try some of the tea since Snow put the effort in to make it.
Lovely. And Viola, you're not having any?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let me see here. Who's
If the
left
cup was
then?
offered to
just-
her, she would have taken it. She's just not
Mhm.
drinking it.
That's fair.
You're just sitting there holding it. It gets really warm in your hands, like the saucer. Until you put it down, it'll just keep warming. It can't get hot enough to burn you, but it is very warm, unnaturally so.
Just unsettling. You guys start. Well, the ones who are going to have some of the tea, they start. Nora starts to bring it to her lips. Stan will go ahead and sip some.
is she moving a mask to sip some?
She is. She's trying to get back on
Alright.
Snow's good
Yeah.
side.
Lovely. Captain Nora pauses for a moment. Lowers the teacup. Yeah. Snow, where did you fetch this from?
Your kitchen.
She puts the teacup down. And she looks over at the emissaries and over to all of you, and she very apologetically kind of gives the motion to you. Go. Maybe hold off on that. Has
Was it
Zane already
poison?
had a sip?
Probably.
Lovely. No, it's not poison. It's just probably more. It's probably more energy than you need at the moment. As I said, I'm not much of a tea drinker. The only tea that would be in here would be the one I got from Sagus Keep, and that is rather specific.
Oh.
Me.
Go on.
Well, anyway, I don't
We have
think we
more
need to
important
keep
matters
talking
to
about
discuss.
tea.
As they talk over each other to end the conversation. Yes, precisely. Quite all right. And Rochelle stands and kind of starts collecting the cups back onto the tray as Nora continues. She says, we need to debrief from your first mission, your first assignment. It's clearly important to do so, and it is standard protocol. So if you don't mind, walk me through what happened. So first and foremost, as from what I recall that you've told me so far, as I understand it, you met with Krumagol and Kalain, and you received your assignment and directions to the old outpost, Undra. As it seems, there was no love lost there, but you arrived, prepared to wait out your allotted time, and it was that same evening that you discovered this underground place. Vaughn chimes in. Well, he sort of steps in. How exactly did you find this underground place anyway?
Didn't we tell you this already?
Details is what we're looking for now. This is an official debrief. How did you suddenly find this place?
I don't remember which one of us noticed it, but there was just like some old rickety pieces of furniture, I think, and like a sheet that were covering the entrance. And when we inspected it more closely, there was a bunch of rocks piled up blocking the entrance. And so we moved the rocks and walked down the steps. Well, not all of us walked down the steps, but we all went down there.
So it was just standing there waiting for you. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Yes.
He shakes his head, and Nora continues from there. She says, and then, once you had discovered this, you said you found various items and some writing in Inferno. That's correct?
Yes,
Mhm.
ma'am.
Do you still have those items and the pages with the writing?
I think Viola had one of the pages. I don't know if she
Yeah,
gave
she
it
only
to
had
anybody.
one, and she gave it to Moonridge, but I believe he gave it back to her.
Okay, so then
We
she
showed
was...
one of those writings to Moonridge. I think you were there as well. The items, I don't think we still have the items. The biggest item was the crown, and that was delivered to Seiko's Keep and dealt with there.
But there were other...
No has the infernal tracings.
Does he offer them when they're asked for?
Viola offers
Okay.
the
He
one
is.
that she
He
has.
sits down on the floor,
Of course he does.
like against the wall.
Okay. She'll take the one from Viola. And she says, I hope it's alright, but we'll hold on to this. I think it could be of great help to the gods' investigation.
Oh, I
Right.
also took Snow's water skin that had a bunch of blood in it. I gave it back to
that's
Snow,
that.
but I'm guessing he still has it.
Did you tell her about the blood the first time round?
I don't know, because we didn't go into step-by-step details. Catherine
Right.
just said that Stayan told her everything.
Mhm.
So yeah,
That everything
would
that
include the
Stayan
blood.
knows.
Okay.
So,
And at that point, you would have had the blood because you had taken it from
yeah.
from the underground place. Okay. All right.
Depending on their memory, they would, in theory, know that Snow would have the other writings, because Viola indicated that when she said she only had the one, but that would be more so if they can recall it.
Right. So her only question was, do you still have? Do
Yeah.
you still have those items in the pages? So if you say no, you're either going to roll deception or she's going to assume that you're not lying.
I mean, Bo doesn't have
Viola-
anything.
I know.
I forgot that Viola knew that Snow had the papers, so I'm guessing
That's
Viola forgot too, unless she suddenly remembers somehow.
Diane isn't offering more information than is asked for.
That's fair. No, that's fair. So now does that go for the items as well as the pages? Because so she understands the pages, so she'll ask again if you still have the items that you had taken.
We took the crown to Saker's Keep.
Which, actually, speaking of that, they're trying to sell it now. I feel like we deserve a cut.
Oh,
What? We went through the effort of getting it. They didn't do anything.
Sure.
Vaughn chimes in there. And yes, speaking of, what possessed you to think removing anything from some fiendish-looking temple was a wise idea?
we were best suited to take it out of there and keep it from falling into worse hands by trying to safely bring it to or give it to someone when they came to relieve us. We did the best actions we
Apparently-
could given the situation we fell into.
To
Well,
remove
apparently it was
something-
talking to some people, so clearly it wasn't a very good crown.
All the more so, you thought it was a good idea to take it out?
Well, here's the
I
thing.
didn't think that. It wasn't my idea.
It had some
But
kind
you
of
didn't.
it had some kind of barrier on it. It became necessary to remove said barrier, so we didn't think it wise to leave it.
What would you have had us do, Vaughn?
Have you sit and wait for your assignment to end. It would take you more than a few hours, and you would have been collected.
We were told we had 2 days by Kamugal, not the one that apparently it was supposed to be. To think that we were going to sit there for 2 days and wait and wonder about what was going on down there.
Right.
Yes, and we decided to
We
freshen it up
acted-
a little bit. Move some rocks.
We took the artifact out of its cavern, sealed the entrance, and hoped for the best.
Also, I will note, we at least waited until the next day to touch the crown. We didn't touch it as soon as we saw it. I think,
Vaughn shakes
if
his
I'm
head.
remembering correctly.
If you
No,
left
we got
her
out of there.
alone, then we'd have our guards taking care of it and not novices.
Okay, Mr. Vaughn, maybe you should check out the assignments that you
No,
give to your
hold your hand
novices a little bit better.
Wait, please. Everyone, take a moment. And that includes you, Vaughn. Let's stay on course, shall we? So, you, as you've indicated now, were mostly concerned about this crown.
Yes.
And as I recall, you couldn't seem to agree on who ought to handle this crown after it became available, this barrier broken.
Yes.
So help me understand then. How did it get back to the city? How did it wind up in Seika's Keep? Where was it?
Viola points at Snow.
Noah isn't looking up. He's actually got the letter from Taryn out, and he's rereading it.
In a feat of valor, Snow disguised the crown and was able to get it safely to Seika's Keep without it causing any further harm or any further injury. or a possible injury. No one was injured by it. He kept it safe when others couldn't, and got it in the hands that it needed to be into.
Nora is looking at Snow, who is not looking up. And the rest of you can see her just kind of very slowly shake her head. She says, I wish you hadn't put yourself in that type of danger, whatever it might have been. But I understand that these were unusual circumstances. All right. This will be good for the... Takes her head for a moment. This will be good for the guard to know, as they will be the ones further investigating Undra, so you do not need to concern yourself with it further, hopefully. We certainly won't send anyone anywhere that we feel might even potentially be a danger in that regard. It was never intended that that be something you had to handle on your first assignment. It was meant to be no more than an opportunity to learn a little patience, a little bonding with your fellow novices, and it did not quite go as I had anticipated. For that, I do apologize.
There was no apology needed. It was not foreseen by anyone, nor do I think it could have been foreseen. I think we all were instructed or acted in the ways that we felt were best for the time.
And then you hear a knock on the door, on the front door, and the door opens without answering. It is unlocked at this time. You see two familiar faces walking in. One is one of the acolytes that you had been concerned with his jolly beard and bulbous nose. Walking in, you see Aglin, and right behind him, you see the shaven-headed head celebrant, Gowaro, walking in. Captain Nora stands when they arrive. One hand is resting on the arm of the sofa, before she then gestures for them to come in. And Aglin looks at everyone and he says, "Oh, I see you've started the party without us." Saying that, we only have to step out for a minute. Speaking to some of the Peace Watch and getting a few things handled. Captain, how are you? I see you're up and about. To which Captain Nora bows a little and repeats that she's fine. As they approach, Gowaro looks at you all and he says, so long as I'm not interrupting your debrief, I believe you said you had to do with your novices, there were a few questions that we had just to tidy up a few things that had taken place this morning. And I was going to check back in on you, Captain. Captain Nora kind of has an almost pained look as she's going back and forth between the four of you and the acolytes back to the four of you. She offers her chair to the newcomers who politely refuse, and then she sits again. She allows them to speak. So, Gowaro mainly looks towards you, Stayan, with another nod. And he says, in case it wasn't clear, there was a crown, something found on this assignment that they were on, and Nora nods as she understands that this part was already made. He said, very good. He asks you for what was the reason that you had come back to Saker's Keep this morning?
Duel,
We wanted to confirm that the crown had been taken care of appropriately. You can understand something that seems so strongly enticing, so strongly cursed we wanted to make sure it was properly handled. And I wanted to sleep outside again, so I did that too.
Always been something you've done.
Yes, sir.
Marvelous. The air so fresh helps clear the mind.
Yes, sir.
So you were checking on the status of the crown, that it had
Yes,
been
sir.
taken care of.
Just following up.
I see. And this confrontation that began, how did that come about with those men in the Peace Watch Guard?
Stan will look around for a sec to see if any of the other three are going to speak up.
Viola looks at Bo.
Bo shrugs.
Right. Well, as we walked in Saker's Keep that morning, reunited with our friends this morning, we wanted to see the crown, and we were informed by Jeremy that it was going to be sold, picked up by Peace Watchmen soon. We didn't think they'd be quite that soon. So when they arrived, we hadn't yet been able to confirm with anyone that it had been properly taken care of, and we didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands or be part of something larger. So Bo created a bit of a distraction and went inside, barricaded himself inside. I told the Peace Watchman where the back door was, and then we all went inside, and I don't know entirely what happened between Bo and the Peace Watchman in the hall until Viola and I walked up a few moments later, and the fighting had already begun. We did try to stop things peacefully, verbally. There's no intention of causing harm beyond defending ourselves when we were forced to. They were intent on taking us out as we were intent on keeping them from doing things they shouldn't.
Is it a matter that you do not trust the Peace Watch?
We had been given reason to have some concerns about some of the Peace Watch, given what our friend Bo described had happened the night before.
You got a lot of bows, dude. Being thrown around.
You've got the information, and he's not talking.
He's been the catalyst for a lot of things happening.
Boy, has he. Toro,
I'm sure you
nods
probably
for
spoke to
everything.
Canyon. He came up there at the end. He probably told about some of what had occurred.
Indeed. And although you say, well, which one of you is Snow?
The one with the white hair. Snow.
I see.
Idiot. No, Bo's actually saying that. It was just the way that she said the one with the white hair. It sounded like idiot. Like
You
such an
moron,
odd,
what
yeah.
does it look like?
If you had to guess.
To that, he looks over towards Snow and again nods his head, and he says, "Well, Snow, It appears that your inclinations may have been actually quite on point. And he looks back to the others.
Oh, it's so good.
Did they
Because someone gave his name as Snow.
did they tell you what their intentions were? At any point?
As far as I recall, they didn't share intentions by the time. We were hoping to speak with them after they were no longer a threat and understand exactly what those intentions were. Bo may have heard something in his earlier altercation, with them in that hallway before we walked up, but I did not hear any intention.
I think they said something about having an important job or important task, if I'm remembering correctly.
They might have. I thought that was part of their cover, trying to sound important.
Very well could have been both. Alas, I was simply curious. Sometimes when you have too much pride about yourself, you can be quite open with what your intentions are, whether you should or shouldn't, and I wondered if they had let anything slip. I also wonder if you can help me. Did they appear to know the properties of the crown itself, beyond simply its gold value?
Well, that wasn't
Not that I
clear.
can recall.
But what was the gold value?
A fair bit. That's why we intend to sell it to Daly.
Yes, and how much will the people that obtain the crown get for that?
Oh,
That is a decision I do not get to make.
Does head something mean nothing?
It isn't my crown.
Whose is it?
This will be a matter for Lady Poppy Hinta and for the Royal Ambassador himself.
That's the amount that's getting paid, or whether or not we get the money.
Both, although I would not quite hold your breath to receive something.
Well, the keep is planning on receiving something, right?
It's not for us, no.
Okay, well, who's getting the money at the end?
The city.
Okay, who is treasure of the city? Keeper of coin, whatever you want to call it. Who does it?
This all takes place. in
Show me the man.
place. If you'd like to go there at some point and discuss
Well-
it, you're more than welcome to. But that is beyond my jurisdiction. I simply was handing off the crown because the crown had come into my possession.
Yes,
Beyond
to take
that-
evil stuff off of it, not to sell.
The selling was already discussed.
With who?
It's not to me. With those in the command offices. Once I had something that was no more than, well, gold. That's not something I need to concern myself with. Sacred's Keep does fine. We do fine by the generosity of the city itself. So the city will handle matters of this.
But yet, when I
take it
just,
out of my hands.
but when I mentioned getting paid for helping back there, you said there was nothing.
Nothing that we can give, certainly.
You just said that you get plenty from the city.
For basic needs.
Just...
Bo, just give up.
He told you where you can go if you want to talk about it more.
He's just
This
staring
is
him
the answer he
down.
has. And he's looking back at you.
Did you have any more questions we could try and answer?
We're getting shafted.
I should ask if you have any questions.
I don't think Bo has any questions. I don't either.
I have many questions.
It appears he has many questions. I don't know if I will be the one most capable of answering them, however.
I don't know if there are any people who can answer many of Bo's questions.
Well, there are other questions. Perhaps we could sit and talk. You
I
are
think
welcome to take a seat
actually-
at any time.
He does have quite a few questions about Dual Deer, and he would love to talk to you about him sometime. He's mentioned him quite a few times.
A follower. Well, we do have a space for him to pray, and of course we have spaces for him to speak to us.
The
Anyway.
people that were detained, where are they now?
They are currently with the Peace Watch. They are at the command office in the detainment.
Have they been questioned yet?
Only brief questions, but anything further will probably be happening over there. I'm curious myself. As the items that they had about them, most of them seem quite normal, and others seem to have a touch of magic about them. That's always interesting to know.
So are we done on this matter?
I think I've had my questions answered. I wanted to make sure that everything was all right and that my suspicions were correct, that, well, the four of you have done a great service for us, and we are incredibly grateful.
Yes, so grateful.
It's what we're here to do. And we are grateful to have the opportunities to use the skills we have for what is good.
He nods his head. He motions to Aglin. Aglin also nods. He looks over to Captain Nora for a moment, and he says, "Make sure while you're still up, tea." And then the two of them bid you all farewell. And they make their way out.
As they start to leave,
Mhm.
Snow stands up. Before you go, I have a few questions. What did you do with the crown or rubies specifically when I gave it to you?
Certainly. You could have asked sooner. He comes back a little closer so he's not talking across the room. The crown I took to a space that we have much more secure below Saker's Keep, banished the fiend that was within it, and found it to be the metal itself otherwise perfectly fine. The rubies, as I said, interesting. So I removed them in order to study them further.
How did you remove the fiend from the rubies?
Not from the rubies, from the crown as a whole. I banished it.
But the rubies seem to maintain some sort of magic afterwards.
Indeed. And he reaches into a pocket of his robe, and he produces 2 of these rubies. So you see 2 probably inch-long gems in his hand. And he says, "There are more, but I've kept those aside, just to be certain. These definitely still have magic about them. But what was most interesting, can everyone please where are you all where or how are you all seated in this room?
I pictured Bo standing, to be honest.
That's fine. Where is he standing?
Yeah.
If I bring
He's-
the
He's probably
map
standing
back up.
relatively close to where the others are standing. Like, not directly close, but probably leaning against a wall, actually.
Okay.
Stan would be standing probably on the 4th side, because the seats all make 3 sides. She'd be standing on that 4th side, sort of looking in on the rest.
Okay. So like closer towards the like the door and such.
Yeah.
Which
Trying to
seat
drag
is
that back.
Nora sitting in?
I'm trying my darndest to bring it back up. So I can see it too. Matt. Come here, Matt. Why didn't the map want to show up? I think it's too big. Dang it. Okay. Oh, now it wants to go. Flip to the page. No. Okay. So Nora is sitting. Oh no. You guys can't see that, can you?
Roll
No.
20? No.
Dang it. What if I moved it to the token layer?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. We don't see tokens, but
lovely.
we
There we
could
go.
see it.
Okay. Nope, that's all I need. So here's the front door. Gaworo is standing just about here now, so he wasn't shouting across the room. Nora was seated, she was where Berea was sitting. So sitting across from all you guys. Rochelle had gone to get tea, and then she came back. She was probably standing like yonder. Where were you guys otherwise?
So if they're primarily over in this area,
Generally, yeah, they're on this side.
Stan, were you sitting there? Is that what you were saying?
Stan's probably standing right around
okay.
here.
Lovely.
And I was picturing then, but it would probably be leaning, because there's a support beam there, right? That's what this is?
Here?
Yeah, these things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
so he's leaning up against the support beam standing.
Viola's probably sitting in one of these two seats. I'm guessing that's probably where she was sitting to begin with. And then after she got her assignment back from Nora, she would have sat back down in one of those two seats.
Or here?
Yeah.
Can you move Bo to
massive.
here?
This far one?
Yeah.
Stain was in the other seat?
She was...
She's not sitting, she's standing.
Right.
To Viola's right.
Beautiful. I'm just trying to get a sense. And Snow was on the floor? Like along the wall?
No, was sitting on the floor over here against this pillar. Originally, I said against the wall. I was picturing like right here, but I didn't realize that there was a pillar in between them. So we'd actually sit against this pillar so that he can still see everyone. But then he stood up when he started talking.
Okay. But he's still standing back.
Yeah, he's still over here.
Perfect. I am looking for you, Snow. Where did you go? Here you are. Snow.
Oh, Snow, where did you go?
We had this problem before. Sayin, can you please make me a charisma saving throw?
Wee!
She's still spamming guidance.
Man. Thankfully, Viola
Yeah.
didn't have to do
All
that.
day.
That's not gonna help a lot!
Will it make a difference?
Well, actually, she can't do guidance on saving throws.
No.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
that's true.
That's
I forgot. It's
resistance.
only for ability checks.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. You know, we're gonna be fine.
Wah,
That's
wah.
a 8.
We're gonna be fine. It's an 8.
Fine.
I'm sure the
Not a
DC is only
natural
4
one.
in this, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's certainly
Um,
not a 10 barrier or anything.
So, as he's holding these rupees out, you're looking at them, and you have that same thought in your head of these things are exposed, and this is dangerous, and you really ought to do something about this. This is not okay that they are just exposed like this. Luckily, your teacher is nearby, and certainly he understands that as someone who taught you, you also are totally capable of handling and protecting your friends from whatever all of this might be.
Stan will reach over and saying, I can keep those safe.
To which
Here
Goro
she goes
closes,
again.
Goro closes his hand, and he'll put his hand on yours that is reaching out, and he says, I'm certain you can. And then he steps away from you. And walks over towards this pillar back here.
That's where Snow is.
Yeah. You put Snow
thought
too
Snow was-
close.
I thought Snow was by the closer one.
Nope.
No.
Oh, I'm
Right
sorry.
here.
Then we're gonna go step over here. He has put distance between himself and the others. And saying his words are like this blanket just covering your mind. You still kind of want to go and take that off of his hands, but you are not completely inclined to just go and try and take them. But there's a yearning in you, but also a respect for your teacher.
She'd probably move a couple steps closer, wouldn't go all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Stan.
So he will he'll take one of the rubies and he says, the most interesting part that I found was that these appear
No
to
cast
be
detect thought while he's speaking.
okay. And you see it's not a saving. Is it a saving throw?
Only if it goes.
Nope. Only
if
if
he goes
I
deeper?
delve.
Gotcha. He holds up the ruby, one of the rubies, and his eyes are on you for a moment, saying, before he's kind of takes in the whole room. And he says, these, I don't have the full answers. I won't have those until the guard is finished with their fuller investigation of where these came from. And then I think it will make a lot of things very clear to us. But first, these little rubies, I learned are more than just little rubies. And he takes one and he hits it against the column. And you hear this cracking sound. And then you watch as this little stream of blood goes down the column. He takes the other, and he does the same. But this one, he lets crack, like, smash entirely. So he's left with just pieces in his hand. Nothing's fallen to the floor. He just has these pieces in his hand. The other one was simply cracked, and it was dripping. So when he turns it, it's no longer, like, dripping out. And Sayin, you no longer feel compelled to just, like, run towards it. He looks over to you, Snow, and he says, you certainly were a very suitable option for keeping your friend safe and taking this upon yourself. Being less inclined to cave to others' whims. Aglin comes up to him, and he's holding out some kind of little bag that Goro can put the pieces that are left in there. And he doesn't touch anything with his other hand. He just keeps it to his side. And he says,
Has Goro thought anything other than what he's been saying?
his mind has been very focused on these rubies. As he's speaking, he is looking at these. He's just thinking of these. And you
Is
can
he thinking
kind of
anything about them that he's not saying, though? Is he concealing anything?
He does not appear to be concealing anything. What you can see is, you see, as he's finishing up with them, it shifts to back to that room. You kind of like see images of that room that he was in, and that door, and the door like sliding open. And you can't fully make out like what all he's thinking about in there. It's very dreamlike, but you know that there is some kind of other room, and you can sort of see vaguely like the image of a ruby. So,
As Aglin approaches, Snow will switch to reading Aglin's thoughts as he's accepting the rubies.
okay. Aglin, you get a sense of great concern from Aglin as he's approaching. He's thinking about the blood on Gooro's hands right now. And he's definitely not giving the outward appearance of concern. He seems to be just going along. And you know that Aglin has an attitude of calm about him. But right now he feels very concerned.
Snow switches to stay in and to see what she's thinking.
She's thinking about how much she trusts Goro and the rubies. Like, she's not wanting to run over to them, but she's curious about what just happened.
Anyone else you want to check their minds?
Not yet.
Excellent. Aglin has begun cleaning the column, and he seems to be making quick work of it with some type of cloth. It was previously this gray, and as he's cleaning, and it's swiftly dampening and becoming darkened by the blood. But there does not appear to be anything left on the column when he is done. And then he moves closer to the others. He nods again, and he says, I look forward to learning more once we get word back from the guard, so we can get to the bottom of these rubies. The crown, however, I assure you, has no other magical properties about it once the fiend had left it. I hope that's satisfactory.
Once he started speaking, Snow switches back to him just to see if he's thinking anything contrary to what he's saying. But if that's all he's saying, then
as he's talking about the crown, you get a flash of this much darker room. It looks almost cage-like. And you don't, as their thoughts, and thoughts are moving quickly, they can jumble a little, but generally you can see, first you see something bright gold, and then you just see this pillar of darkness. It looks wild. It looks awful all around. but it still just appears to be kind of this thick, dark column, almost like a plume, a mist. But the way it whips about looks violent and vicious. And then it's gone as he finishes his thoughts and nods to the others. I must continue on my rounds. There were some others that Aglin and I need to visit today. But if you do have other questions, and if there's anything more that I can help with, please do let me know. And of course, always come back to Saker's Keep. You are always welcome. And they will politely make their way out the front door.
When they leave, Snow will turn his attention to Captain Nora. And at this point, I will have to recast Detect Thoughts because it only lasts for a minute. It's probably been that.
Gotcha.
So I'll spend another charge to recast it. And as he asks her, "What happened to you and how did you get covered in blood?"
She will turn to look at you. She is definitely hesitant, but she starts to recount. What she says is, well, after you made your way back, Moonridge and I still had to find Helene. So we continued the investigation with the beasts taken care of. And we did, in fact, find her. Unfortunately, at that point, it was too late to help her. Something about the area must have been still cursed, trapped. Some sort of trap went off, and Moonridge and I were caught in it. That was where the blood came from. Something about it. I don't know. That was all I remember before I woke up. What you see, she does not appear to be one who is good at hiding any kind of thoughts or emotions, and certainly if she doesn't feel like she needs to. What you see is that same dark, outcropping space. You see all those dead trees and that one really thick dead tree that was towards the bottom. You see a grave. It's not very deep, but you do see what appears to be like a statue in it. And then you just see a sudden just rush of blood. It looks like a tidal wave suddenly struck. And that's all you kind of get from these outward thoughts.
From the grave? Or
just kind of
from a different direction?
From these outward thoughts, you just kind of get this rushing thought of just this tidal wave of blood. It's kind of hard to tell in general. There's a lot of it's a lot of feeling though. There's like abject terror running through these thoughts. Unless you'd like to dig deeper.
He looks to Moonridge. How did you not get caught in the blood?
Well, you should assume, but I did, in fact, get caught in some of it. Well, our good captain here, what she fails to mention, and he seems to ignore this sudden, like her head snaps towards him, this sudden, like, pointed look. as if she does not approve of being spoken of such a way, but he says, what Captain Nora did was find Kalane's body, or what was remaining of it. It had been petrified. It was just all we saw, and there was a grave, or a number of these little shallow graves behind this great dead tree, and in it there was this, what I thought was a statue. But as it turns out, it was a Goliath body, familiar armor, an arm reached out as if it were poised to strike. But it was stone. And sadly, everything from the shoulders up was cracked completely off of the rest of the body. At which point I informed the captain there was nothing more we could do for her at that to assist. Had even we been able to revive her, she'd be headless, and that's hardly something you would want to do to someone. Not a warrior, soon to be warrior. But she insisted that we could take her body back. And certainly I could agree to that. She rushed, however, and as she reached in to touch the body, the ground gave way. She slipped and fell. I nearly slipped. But before she even struck the ground, the ground was moist. Then it was wet. It was this pool forming. This bloody pool. Captain was well within it. And at this point, are you still doing detect thoughts here?
Yep.
Can
If he
Okay.
says anything contrary or deceptive to what he's speaking.
Did you shift it over to Moonridge? Or are you still on
is
Nora?
when
Okay.
when Snow looks over to Moonridge, he's reading
switching
his
it.
thoughts.
Gotcha. Yeah, he seems to be speaking quite truthfully in this regard. And the thoughts are just following his account from his perspective. So he's watching Nora touch this statue, and he's watching her fall. And as she hits the ground, she's splashing, and then this blood is rising up already, like above her, and it fills like a 20 or 30 foot deep sudden crater in the ground. He says that he thankfully is able to fly and is able to get himself above it, but seeing that the captain was still in there, he dove down to get her. The moment he touched, he says, the moment I touched this blood, felt like half my energy was drained away. I could barely get her out, let alone get myself out. Then, once we were finally able to get out, we made our way back. Fortunately, covered in this stuff. I had to get most of it off myself before I could even attempt to get it off of her. But we were back by the time I was able to get all of it off. So, she was quite a sight. Knew Vaughn wouldn't like it when he saw. But, there we go.
So, two things that I want to see if I can try and check for Bo is if one, he's ever heard about or encountered some kind of blood booby trap thing. And also if he's aware of like potential creatures that may have caused like a petrification state like that. So I don't know if one would be survival, one would be history or something like that.
I will allow a there's like a, not animal handling. It's a nature check. You can do a nature check for the creature.
Okay, yeah, I always forget nature's even on this list. Alright, so for the creature, that is a 15.
Yeah. So, remember that time Bo was like, hey, I see these things outside. And the others were like, just leave them alone. And Bo's like, I don't know. And they were like, just leave them alone. They're not hurting anybody. Those were cockatrice. Cockatrice have the ability to scratch you and you begin to become petrified.
And then for the booby trap rig,
roll me, you can roll me an intelligence history check.
okay. That one is a 18. I'm getting so many good rolls today.
You haven't heard of one like this. The way that Moonridge described it, this is unusual. This is not something...
Oh, this one's
heard of.
unusual. It's not the
This
standard
seems
variety
unusual.
blood trap.
There have been other blood traps that perhaps you've come across in the circles that you may have kept at some point. But it doesn't... it might be more something like, hey, they're blinded, or hey, it's poison, or something like that. To have to touch a body, and then, like, this whole elaborate setup feels weird. But, like, maybe, but it feels weird.
Okay.
And as Moonridge finishes recounting the story, Nora she's looking at him. She doesn't look as pointed, as upset. She almost looks a little bit shocked as he's telling the story. And she continues to look at him even when he finishes. Give me a perception check.
Who?
Anyone who is looking at Nora.
Ooh,
22.
I got a 7.
10.
7, 10.
Oh, I guess
Is no
I can.
looking at her?
Yeah, no.
Gotcha.
No, he's looking
Sorry.
at Moonridge until Moonridge finishes, and then he's going to look at Vaughn.
Lovely. So a 22, a 10, and a... I'm sorry,
7.
7? 7.
Yeah.
Okay. No, Bo, you're probably thinking about what kind of blood trap you can come up with that... or that you've seen in the past. The lady is watching Nora. She seems like she's focused on Moonridge. She's intent while he's speaking. But you also kind of watch, like, she seems to, like, be blinking very hard. As he's talking. Stayin, you get this sense, like, she, despite how she looks, she is acting like she is still quite exhausted. General sense you get from Vaughn is he's just pissed.
Once Moonridge stops speaking, Snow turns his attention to Vaughn and asks him, you said before that you had orders that didn't come from Captain Nora, something to keep close to her. Who do your orders come from?
He looks at you, almost surprised that you're addressing him so suddenly. And he says, while I appreciate you watching out for the captain, this is beyond the debrief, so it's not necessary.
What name comes to mind when I ask him, though?
Of
Snow didn't expect him to say it.
course not. Of course not. Josh is like, I'm gonna get somebody to tell me something. I guess it's kind of obvious. He is still mainly thinking about Captain Nora. That's just like forefront of his thoughts. But for a brief, like, it switches over while you're looking to another person, and he's thinking about the man on the wall in the dining room.
Thank you. And
And he kind of like,
Snow turns around and walks out the front door.
No, not again.
Which
to make a
one's
habit of this.
which side's the front door?
The bottom.
Bottom
Oh,
of the
okay.
photo.
Okay.
Right past the nick in the wall.
Yeah, this one. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, go
Captain
on.
Laura, I think we've bothered you quite enough for one day. You should probably get some more rest.
She shakes her head. I appreciate that. I'm fine. I will get more rest. But if there's anything else you need, I think this is sufficient to brief. But if there is anything else that you need, please, I will be available to you.
We appreciate that.
Thank you
You
so
don't
much.
have any further
for-
questions?
Nothing immediately comes to mind. I think I have questions for Moonridge. But also, Bria, are you supposed to be here? I was told you were on duty today. To which Bria flinches. And she says,
We asked her to come. It was at our request.
give me a deception roll.
No!
Yeah, you can't have any
No!
fun without a little Bria.
No!
Does that help? Does that offer guide? I mean, does that give her some help by him chiming in, supporting her claim?
No, but you can have inspiration because you're a good teammate.
Dang it!
Did you ask me to roll deception?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
wanna
That's
roll
a
high.
2.
Cool.
Or not.
She looks at you, Viola. And she nods her head, looks back at Bria, and says, I'm so glad that you are so attentive to our novices. You are really making a truly fantastic impression. Now please go back to your quarters.
One last thing, Nora, Captain Nora. You said Helene died of petrification?
That was the state that we found her. I don't know if she died that way, or if she was that way before she was petrified, to be perfectly honest.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you so much for signing our paperwork and speaking with us. And Viola will get up to leave.
If you are taking another assignment, do keep in mind that there are festivities that hopefully will lighten the mood coming up soon. I'm sure the city would hate for you to miss it.
Yes, and as far as our assignment goes, who do we talk to about what we get to take on it? My understanding was that we get supplies from you all.
That would be the one.
Potions, those things.
We certainly wouldn't want you to be unprepared. That would be the ones who have requested your assistance.
Which was who? Does Bo know who was requested?
What'd you say?
I think
Huh?
it was the Peace Watch.
Mm,
We need to go
yeah.
get them to sign it too.
The
Yeah,
Peace
that
Watch.
sounds correct.
Really,
Okay.
Bria, but she suggested you go to the Peace Watch.
Yeah.
Nora stands to see you out. stay in with that 22 from before, from watching her, you see she stands and she has one hand very tightly gripping the arm of the seat she stood from. And after a moment, she lets it go. And she says, I appreciate you coming at such short notice and to go and recount everything that happened unexpectedly. I think you four will be a phenomenal addition to Grouchy Minot.
Thank you.
We're just here to serve.
Good luck then. And Vaughn will move over towards the door, kind of motion you all out.
Is he just standing by it?
Yeah.
Viola will walk out the door.
Sam will follow.
No, quickly
Okay.
pat her back.
Yeah. Okay, I guess Bo's gonna follow.
With or without touching Stain.
I don't know. Did Stan go before Bo could?
Look, Bo seemed to have no problem getting through the door second when he came in. And he hasn't seemed any sort of distress or worried about it.
Quick decision. She's
for
on her
it.
way out.
I mean, if wait.
She's on her way up.
Oh, wait. So she's not through yet? I thought you were saying like she was already through because of
Say-
those.
She's not waiting for Bo.
Okay, yeah, he's on his
But
way
that doesn't
out.
mean Bo wouldn't be able to.
Okay,
Who's
he'll
the
try to
house?
go out at the same time.
At the same time, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way. You see Stain heading out. Come up behind her. And you exit the door. Give me a perception check,
Terrible
Bo.
Okay. I should have done that one with my inspiration, but I didn't. Say it before. That's a 1.
Okay.
That's what you get for saying you've been having good rolls. You jinxed it.
Every time. Yeah. You go out the door, and you see Vaughn for a moment, and then he closes the door. The carriage isn't there anymore.
We had to walk back again.
Is snow within? Do we see snow out there as we go outside?
Did Snow wait for them this time?
No.
Snow, why? I don't know. All right, where did Snow go?
Why would he?
No.
Snow is making his way towards the mercantile district, but specifically he is looking for a place from which he could mail his reply to Terran.
That's not too difficult, even if you had to ask for direction or whatever it was. Yeah. Within, we'll say by the same sort of, like, watch command, whatever they may have here in the Raleigh District, there's a place you can mail it off. Or get it ready to be mailed out.
Alrighty, he sends that out.
Excellent. Where are the three of you headed while he went off to go do that?
Yes. We
If we're looking for Snow, maybe he went to the Not Mundane Arcane to talk to Fate. He mentioned some things about Fate because of the whole dinner storytelling situation, so I don't know if maybe he went to talk to her or not.
What time of the day is it now?
By this point, it's probably nearing, I don't know, 11?
It's not even 11 yet.
You guys started very early.
And
This is the same as
it's been
last
a long
time.
morning.
It has been a long morning.
might as well try for the not mundane arcane then. And if he's not there, who knows?
Do you peek your head, like you go inside the shop, check for him? Because you don't see him outside. So.
Maybe
So we
we
look outside, peek our head in. If we don't see him, then
Yeah, you peek your head in. Those suit of armors give their little. But you don't see him inside the little shop either.
I guess we go to the stables and wait. We need to go talk to the Peace Watch.
need to
Where
get
are
back
they
to the
at?
Peace District.
Okay. It makes sense that they would be in the Peace District. Peace Watch. That tracks. So I guess we should head back to the stables.
Big brain
and
time.
try to
Well,
catch
that's
a
also
ride.
where they should have the people that we detained, right?
I think
Yes.
that's where he said they were.
So we can talk to them as well, and I should get those back. Yes, let's go down. But stay and Will, standing outside in that mundane arcane, is going to cast Thaumaturgy and yell, her voice booming 3 times as loud as usual. Know if you can hear this, we're looking for you, and we don't appreciate this. We're headed back. And that's all.
And it goes through the streets. Hold on. I have a map. I can see how far this goes. Let's see. Rally district.
So how long will it take us to get all the way to the Peace Watch
Uh-oh.
if we're on foot?
Oh no, it's opening my game. I didn't mean for it to do that.
I'm hoping we can hitch a ride because when Viola got the assignment, which has now been signed, she's supposed to be able to get rides to and from the Rally District and the Peace District
Yeah.
whenever she
Well,
needs
that's
them.
true.
So I'm hoping I just walk up and I say, hey, Storkham and Torval said that I'm supposed to be able to get a cart back to the Peace District because I'm here on assignment and we can just skedaddle.
Sure. Let's see how well they pay attention. You said Storkham specifically.
Yeah, she would have said his full name, Storkham Ians, and
Yans.
Torval was the one. Oh yeah, I forgot
Yams
it was
like
a J,
yams?
not an I.
Yeah, it's like yams.
Like yams, but it's with an N.
Forgot about that whole situation. Yams.
Yams. Yeah. You name dropping that way appeared to be very effective. And not just any cart, but another very nice and very large, like too large for 3 people carriage is prepared for you. With this really nice looking horse, like beautiful mane and just like a gleaming coat. Very well behaved, as it almost seems to like bow in greeting to you as you approach. It's a very good horse.
Viola pets it before we get in the carriage.
Yeah, just professional nuzzle. Just the one. 2 is too many. 2 is too friendly. Just one. It knows the rules.
So,
Right?
do we have to navigate the horseback, or is there like a rider for it? I'm guessing that.
I'll leave that to your request. Viola, would you like someone to also drive you back?
She would say if someone's available that would be preferred, but if not, she could probably take care of it herself.
Sure. And you, the man that you speak to nods and goes inside the coach house, and another man comes out. And it's a familiar man. The one that you had seen earlier when you were pretending to be companions or under the watch of Lord Grenell Bronstone. Aaron comes back out, and he
Oh yeah.
nods and he hops up into the horse, and he says, "I hope your day is going well," and he's ready to go, and he will take you back.
So did Snow was too far away to hear?
No, Snow, you could hear it from where you were. You just hear this, like, you can't quite catch the rest of it, because as she's speaking and the words are reaching, it starts to garble, but you heard Snow just echoing in the air. Like, what? Oh. So it's up to you if you wanted to follow the voice. It's distinctly Stayan's voice.
Nope.
Okay.
He will move in the opposite direction.
Dang. You know how difficult it is to write recaps when you guys split the party? So the three of you make your way back to the Peace District without Snow. Snow will find his own way back, I suppose.
At that, can I ask for a break before we go to the next?
Yes, absolutely. I forgot to do that because my brain.
Don't forget your phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and you have a phone call to make. So yeah, let's take 5, take 10. Sound good? Alright, and
5-ish
then we'll
should probably be okay.
and then we'll wrap this up.
All right.
And we're back. Thank you guys at home who were watching and hanging out. We appreciate it. So, we're split up again. Love it. The best. So, let's see. Snow, is there something of great importance you would like to achieve while you are still in the Rally District?
Depends on who's defining great importance.
You are. I'm here
Great
to serve.
importance to Snow, yes. He after he finds a place to mail his letter, he's actually going to take it out, add a little postscript at the bottom, and then fold it up and send it on its way. And then after that, he's going to look for any place in the Rally District where he might find children.
Oh, definitely. That whole long street that you took to get to the residence command, or not the resident, the officers' residences or command residences. Further ahead in that street, there were other homes and some green area. But if you head south-ish, there are actually some other small, like, dedicated parks that are near some other houses. You might find a couple of kids who are playing around over there.
Okay. As he has done many, many times before, he is going to entertain children for at least a few hours. With his pan flute, with his illusions, giving them flowers, just anything to make them smile.
Give me an overall, I will allow either an Arcana for the magic or a performance check for, like, just how entertaining it all is.
All right.
Which one are you doing?
Well, they're both the same amount, so
Excellent.
performance.
Cool.
Would the performance have advantage because of the magic? And because of, like, the way that he's been doing this for the last year very successfully?
I think we'll keep it a straight performance roll.
That is a natural one.
No, the children! So what I'll say is that, so you start to perform, and you have been doing this for years. You are skilled at these performances. And it looks phenomenal. You did a fantastic job. There were a couple of kids who saw you start to perform. They started to see the famed blue butterflies. And they started to head over. Unfortunately, it was getting just about to, like, a lunch hour, and so they were called away. So there were not additional children to enjoy the phenomenal performance. But you performed great. It just went unseen by most. Now, if you want to stay there for a few hours and keep performing, and the off chance that other people do show, you are welcome to, since the plan was to be there for a few hours. But it remains relatively empty.
Yep, he'll just continue that for the afternoon.
Lovely. Our trio heading back to the Peace District. So it's simple enough journey. At this point, you're starting to see some more activity along this path. As you come up to the Rising Gate, Aaron is able to, he takes your carriage and the horses and, calms them. And it is Sazian this time, who sees your approach. He starts to walk out. He seems to see Aaron, and then he just stops the doors of the stable until the horse is actually brought to him, and then Aaron starts handling with the carriage and all of that. But Sazian
Viola
does
calls
not
out
approach.
to him and waves and says hello.
His body kind of moves in your direction, his eyes to the ground, and he kind of nods his head a bit. Before he starts to take the horse inside.
So have we seen enough on the map to know where to head for this place?
To the
The Peace Watch area
I
thing?
don't think Viola's ever even looked at a map of this place. I think all the times that you guys have been like looking at the things, Viola's not been around.
Well, there was the one time, because you finally found the wanted poster. I don't remember what we were looking at specifically that time.
Yeah, Bo, you've certainly seen the map well enough because you've been able to see both maps for the Peace and the Rally District. Yeah, it's that the Champions Ward is where it is housed, and it's at the north. It is the full-on opposite side of this district.
All right, well, is that where we're heading?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Get some answers, maybe.
Viola's gonna peek her head in the stables really quickly and see if Buttercup's there.
He is not.
Okay.
But Bo, can you give me a perception check real quick, please?
Yes. That is a 12. Or it can be a 18.
No need to check it out. Sazian has taken the horse to where the horse needs to go. But you do see him in the doorway, and he appears to be the way that he had his eyes to the ground for the others. He does look his head up at you, and he seems to be watching you for a moment, as if anticipating your presence.
All right, but we'll walk over towards him. Just kind of wave. Hello.
Welcome back. And he's you can sort of see a smile through his eyes, small, but through his eyes. The rest of his face is covered. But he says, I hope I'm not interrupting any important business.
No, you're fine.
I just wanted to say that I had gotten my brother's blessing to take up that offer if it still stands.
Yes, of course. Bo's gonna go into his bag and he's gonna produce a piece of paper that's like somewhat like a letter of introduction, but at least like kind of saying like his name on there and stuff like that. And so it has like all the writing that you would need for the introduction, but it does not look fancy.
Excellent. Sazian will take it, and just as the conversation is going, you can tell he's just slowly kind of standing just a little bit more upright and a little bit more upright, but never full up like he had before. And he says, if it's all right, I would ask to wait just a little longer. I would like to stay until after the unveiling tour. I want to make sure that I can assist Darmin, as there will be a lot of visitors in that time.
Okay. Well, if you lose track of that paper, let me know, and I will let her know that you'll be making your way after that.
I'll keep it safe with my other safe things.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day, Sazian.
You as well. Bo killed Long. He
Were they
actually, he will not be
talking?
first.
Were they talking in like view outside the stables, or did they go into the stables to talk?
It sounded like he was
That's-
standing by the door, so Bo just
Mhm.
walked over to him.
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty visible.
So if Viola can see them talking when Bo comes back, she's gonna say like, "Bo, why will he talk to you? He won't talk to me."
I gave him a job opportunity.
Well, I
Job
can't offer him
opportunity.
that, so
Yes,
He has a job.
one where better work environment.
yeah, I did see that other, can't think of his name, be kind of rude to him this morning. So
Yes, I think they even have dental.
Dental.
we don't get dental. I have a job there
Wow.
No, this is a way.
We all
Cut out
leave
right
and
now.
go.
Helena takes care of her peeps.
And the adventure moves along to Helena Fresco's fun time. Oh my goodness gracious. I only bring this up to briefly, slight meta of just there had been some questions for Sassy, and I think David, not Bo, had wanted to ask, and I just wanted to know if that was still something you wanted to bring up while he was here instead of making you guys leave and come back. You wanted to ask something about
Oh,
it.
he was just gonna follow up on that subject. That's why Sass is on his list.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's.
I thought you had asked about those wards or something.
Oh yeah.
You had mentioned asking him about if those were a common thing
Yeah.
and where they
Yeah.
were.
If it's not actually of interest, that's also cool. I have no some things, and I'm like, man, I gotta stop sending them away and bringing them back and sending them away. So I'm just gonna bring it to your attention in case that's something you'd like to ask again.
No, that's a
Or-
good point.
It's up to you. While he's still here.
I think what he's going to do is, once we get a little bit away, he's going because you two are currently standing by him, or are you guys already off a little bit?
We were off a little bit.
Oh, okay. Then he's gonna. Actually, I forgot one thing. He's gonna run back over there.
As Saz was about to turn right back.
So I have a question for you. Are there many areas that you found difficult to get into around the area? Like warded areas or anything like that?
Oh, I see.
I'm just curious. I've heard about those things and wondering if it's true, the rumors.
Give me either a persuasion or a deception.
Persuasion or deception?
Whichever one is more honest to his questioning. Which sounds more like
Um,
deception if he's gonna say, like, I've heard of these things.
Well, I mean, both of them
It's not
are a
true.
+7, so it doesn't really matter. But
Right.
that's a 19 or a 23.
He eyes you for a moment as if maybe having a thought, and then the look changes. Something much more neutral, and he says, well, there are some places that I'm asked, so to speak, not to go. And then there are other places that if I do try to go, which I haven't, if I was told not to, I haven't, that I was told I can't go. Did you said the word wards that you heard of, right? Yeah. He says, I have heard of some wards, glyphs of some kind. They say it's to protect vulnerable. And he doesn't do like a really big sarcastic air quote, but like just by his hand, like low down. Vulnerable from fiends and monstrosities and terrors like that. But I have never seen a fiend enter the city. And we've seen objects that are cursed or possessions out in the field. But I mean, at least Darman told me so. But right in our own home, it's much less likely. But it's okay. We know who they're really keeping out. And we just keep our distance and do our job.
And was there a place in particular? Sorry if I missed that, because I didn't know if he actually named a place.
He didn't.
Okay.
He says, I don't know everywhere. I've heard of a few from some others. There's some wealthy homes in the Rally. There's a girl who's a maid there to a family. They have her set up the very wards that keep her in or out of the house. And
That's awful. That's my side.
That's fine. Good, I got the reaction I wanted. He says, there's the captain of the guard, his home. He's very protective of your captain, in fact, and I've heard that the house is warded where when she's there, they'll have those wards up. And the labs, anywhere they do research, the artificers have worked magical endowments. Probably for the best that we're not near anything we might break. Or maybe we're actually of the dark, like they say. And all their weapons might actually hurt us. Maybe they're watching out for us after all. Maybe.
Alright, well, thank you for your time.
Glad I could help.
And I was gonna move
Thank you.
quickly towards their way, because he feels like they're losing. He's took away time.
Like he's not gonna catch up?
Well, just to get back some of the time lost.
Sure. So you guys are heading up to the champions ward, champions ward. Cool. When you arrive there, it feels very pristine, so to speak. It just feels like it's not like clean, you know? It's just there's an air here of like a dedication, what's the word I want? Just like a strictness in the air where people are just focused on their task. The whole kind of area has that sense about it. Even as you like can see further down from it, heading towards like the wall of the city, is another residential area. Even like that pathway feels just like you're in a very sophisticated, important part of the city. It doesn't take too long to find where the detainment center would be, the detainment area, sort of similarly attached to like a, you know, the sheriff's house kind of thing, the sheriff's building type of deal. So their main offices, and then attached to that building would be the detainment area.
I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
The Peace Watch and the Guard are two separate things, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The Guard is that third level of the Guardian residency, versus the Peace Watch handles like the citizen residence. So like the main people. Planes.
Okay.
Right. So how are you guys approaching this?
Stan will head for the main offices. Probably figures it's better to ask there than to just walk into the entertainment center and try and find things themselves.
Viola
Fair
will
enough.
follow.
Is Bosie Canyon anywhere as they're walking around?
When's the last time we saw Canyon? It was earlier today.
Because he was the one that was
Sacred
hoping
He was
to
the one
escort them
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, Canyon's Canyon's there. I'm not even gonna roll. I was gonna be like, what's the probability? Nah, Canyon's a hard worker.
Canyon always works.
Canyon pretty much always works. Ask him about it sometime.
So I just got
He's a
reminded of a
working
Seinfeld episode.
Oh no.
Hey,
No
Canyon
Steinfeld
always
on my
here.
wholesome channel. Okay. Are you looking for him specifically?
He's keeping an eye out because he's gonna flag them down because he figures he could help them out.
Sure. In the meantime, Stan and Viola, you guys walk into this very nice and tidy stone building. It's not the same kind of decorated as Saker's Keep is, in that holy and separated kind of way. It feels like a commonly used space. It's lived in, but it is still like tidy and organized. There are, it looks like, a few areas where clerks can sort of help you out, and they don't seem super busy. There are a couple people lined up waiting to talk about one thing or another, to get assistance with something or other. You hop in like the shortest line. You're probably standing around for about, good thing Snow's not here, he'd be so bored. You're probably waiting around for like 15-20 minutes, just like waiting to speak to somebody. But you eventually get up, and there's a man. He's wearing that same piece watch garb. As you approach, he's got kind of dark, shaggy hair and dark eyes. It's a nice goatee situation going on. As you approach, he nods in your direction. How can I help you?
Wait.
Yes, we were.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, for clarification, was Bo not in the line with them? Because he was just keeping an eye out for Canyon as they were walking around the area.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because you said there are two names, and I just wanted to make sure that.
I didn't know if you were hanging back. I thought
Oh,
you might have
okay.
been hanging back to keep an eye out. But if
No.
you're with them, yeah, no worries.
Alright.
How can I help you? 3.
We were involved in an altercation earlier this morning, and we're hoping to get some information about the two that were detained from it. And I used personal artifacts of mine to tie one of them up and would like those back.
Ah, I see. What were your names?
Stain, Viola, and Bo.
All right, give me just a minute. And he disappears behind a wall, comes back a few minutes later, and alongside him is Canyon. Coming up, and he sees you guys. Oh, all right. Well, here I thought I was gonna have to wait all day. Thank you. And he ends up coming around, coming to get you guys. And he says, I guess you're as eager as the rest of us were to figure out what the heck was going on here, huh? And he's still got like a real nasty shiner on his face.
Yes, do you want some help with that?
It'll heal. It's fine.
Alright, I could help if you want it.
No need to waste any magic on me. I'll be alright.
Have you guys questioned
How
them
does it
yet?
come? They started. These guys, I don't know.
Oh,
They
they're
seem
being
real-
questioned right now?
They took a break.
Can I
they're not
question
that
them?
great. Ooh, that's unofficial. I
It
don't
could be
know if I
off
have
the
that.
record.
You're asking a lot.
I
I mean, if
us
you wanted to be there
apprehending
when, right?
them wasn't official either, so
I understand that. But rather than put you in any further danger, which I would hate to do,
Oh, I
and
won't
also
be in
potentially put my
danger.
job in danger. Snow, you're scary. You're scary.
No,
Yeah,
That's
Snow is
Bo.
my middle name.
Viola looks at Bo very confused.
Just-
Really?
I almost want to make him roll for it, but he has no reason to not believe it. More importantly is that he's
So,
seems
Bo
concerned
Snow.
that he's Snowbo the Bard.
yeah,
That's
Snow both the
insane.
bard.
Now it's Bo Snow the Bard.
Bo Snow the Rogue. Snowbo Rogue. Give me a persuasion check. As he seems concerned both with your at least the ladies' well-beings, and his job.
Okay. Well, Bo really wants to do
Viola
this. So
helping.
Oh, are they helping?
How loudly were you questioning his name being Snow?
Oh no, I thought it was helping in convincing him to let us go in there. I thought that
Yeah,
No,
because
that's
she
fine,
was
like-
pointing out that us detaining them was unofficial.
Yeah. That the
that's-
whole process started off unofficial to begin with. And she's
Right.
sitting there looking as pretty as she can possibly be.
Sure, why not?
Sweet.
She'll
Nice.
nudge
That was
Saiyan.
persuasion.
Persuasion.
So the one I got a 3. The other one I got a 19. So that's gonna be a 26 or a.
No, you're fine. Don't worry about
Okay,
it.
cool. So otherwise it would have been a 28.
No, you're good. He is he's standing pretty firm, and he looks to the side like he's kind of thinking about it, but you also kind of get the sense he's just looking aside to see who's watching you guys, and then he just kind of slowly nudges his head to the side, as if indicating you should quietly follow him. He rounds a corner, just casual as anything, kind of if someone is near them, near your group, he just kind of nods in their direction, greets them, casual as anything, and brings you through a door on the other side of all these little clerk stations. You go in and you enter a series of halls that each one has a number of these cells, like prison cells. He takes you back and back, way back, where the cells are a little bit bigger, but also more isolated. And you reach one where the head guy is. He's sitting on the ground. He's just kind of leaning back, looking up. He doesn't even look at you as you approach the cell. Kenyon kind of knocks on the bars and says, "You ready for a few more questions?" And the guy doesn't respond. He looks over at you guys and he kind of shrugs. Look, just don't do anything that's gonna make me lose my job, okay?
Is there not a questioning room? We just have to question him while he sits there. There's not.
Interrogation chamber.
Yes.
Not exactly. It's not like a. I mean, he's a criminal. He's just a crazy guy.
Yeah, but you. So this is just
I
it.
don't
You guys
wanna-
stand behind a bar and you question him like that.
I mean, that's all I've seen so far. Should we be doing more than that?
Well,
It was hard enough just getting him to get in the dang cell.
do you find you're getting results doing that?
Normally, look, most of these guys already know they've done something stupid. This guy knows he did something stupid. I mean, he's told us some stuff, but
Like
What's
what?
he told you so far?
so far he's told us that we're stupid. He's told us that we're all gonna die. He's told us the, I don't know, crazy babble. He'll get his hands on the crown anyway. I don't know, stupid things like that.
And all of it in common.
Yes?
Just
Are you
wondering.
expecting a different language?
Just curious.
Oh, no, just in common.
So when he looks at the... Can he tell, like, if they're breathing or something? Because he said they're just lying on the floor.
He's breathing. He's just
Okay.
looking. He's
Well, I don't
leaning
know if he,
against
like,
the
killed
wall and
himself
he's
while
just
he was
going.
in there.
No,
Oh my gosh.
nothing so immediately.
I mean,
gruesome
some
now. He's good.
there's an entire ring that's just like a magical ring in D&D just to kill yourself.
Yes,
so that way
the ring of loyalty or
Yeah.
something.
So, like, it's
No,
a
he's not
valid
wearing
question.
He is not wearing one. He appears to be in very plain linen, just sitting back. There's no cloak. You can now fully see his face and his whole form. And he's a tall, kind of broad man. He's got like shaggy brown hair. He looks relatively unkept. His goatee kind of patchy, like ungroomed eyebrows. He just in general looks kind of shady. Canyon does say that one thing that they got off of him was this little piece of paper, this little piece of parchment. And it was some kind of notice about this. He had it on him, some kind of notice about assistance to find a missing person, that he often runs off, can't hold a job. He gets in, like, he kind of falls in with dangerous crowds. So be careful if you approach him. And it's signed by someone named Tildy Mayer. And it was found in Dranfeld. Or it was originally some kind of notice from Dranfeld. And it gives this visual description which matches the looks of this man.
And did you get a name?
Well, he wouldn't give us one.
Bo's going to ring his bell. Ding, ding, ding. Hello, sir. Is he gonna turn around or anything?
He doesn't respond. He doesn't like look away from you or anything. He just doesn't respond.
Can I go in there?
Oh, you're asking a lot, Snow.
Well, the four.
I really don't want. If there is another dead body, and it's on my watch this time.
Oh, he won't die.
I'm going to let you in on this one caveat. Okay? I need you to hear me out. I'm working a lot. Saving money. I can't lose this job. Please don't die. Okay?
All right. Well, how about we
No one will die.
How about we pose it to him, sir? Are you going to talk, or do I need to come in there?
He doesn't answer.
All right.
You sound too happy. All right. Canyon kind of looks around. He gets a set of keys and unlocks the cell. And this whole area does seem isolated. Like it's a fair distance to the next cell. He'll open the gate. He's currently only letting you in, Bo, as you were the only one who asked. So after you go in, he will start to close the door again. He doesn't lock it, but he starts to close the door again.
If you're letting him in there, you probably want us in there.
Why? As he's looking up at you. Why?
I'm the one who's going to make sure neither of them dies.
And he opens the gate for you.
Thank you. And I used my manacles on this guy to get him under control. Do you happen to have those somewhere? They're kind of important to me.
Oh, those probably wound up in lockup. I'll grab them for you.
Thank you.
Is he leaving us to go grab them?
He closes the door
That's
and
what
he's
Zane's
like,
hoping for.
I'll stay outside and hold the keys.
I can't give you the key. That will
Oh.
definitely make me lose my job. Okay. I will be back in like 2 minutes. Don't do anything stupid. And he will jog down the hall.
Did he lock the door with them in there? Or
No,
leave it unlocked?
it's unlocked. So that you can get He's unsure
Viola-
of what to do in this situation.
Viola will stay outside,
Okay,
but in front of the door.
excellent. Stan and Bo are inside. Viola is outside in front of the door. Kenyon has jogged off and he's like, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. And he goes,
Though you
Oh.
can't kill him.
Well, you will make sure that doesn't happen now, won't you?
Prefer to not have to make sure it doesn't happen.
That'll be up to him, sir. He's standing, I guess, over him. What's it gonna take for you to talk?
give me a persuasion,
Persuasion?
please. No,
Persuasion.
persuasion or intimidation.
Alright, I'll go persuasion.
Just him or both of
Ooh.
us?
That
Can I help him?
is 25.
I don't think he needs the help. As it happens. He doesn't look like he's going to answer you. And then he just slowly turns his head towards you. Raises both eyebrows.
Is that your form of saying your talk? What's
just
your
looks at you.
name?
Not your business.
Okay, well, now you're talking. Why did you want the crown?
Also not your business.
Is that going to be your response to everything?
No, that one is your business.
Alright.
Yes.
Alright, what will it take for it to be our business?
You're not important enough.
Well, what is your pain threshold, sir?
Haven't had to think about it. Maybe that's also not your business.
Bo's going to conjure one of his daggers in his hands. Well, you see, I have this nice little knife here, and, well, it doesn't cause any physical damage on the touch, and he's going to just move it across his finger to show that it didn't cut anything. So I don't know if you want me to roll damage for that. I will, if you...
I'll say you're controlled enough with your own if you're not trying to draw
Alright,
any blood
Cool.
or cause yourself any pain.
so it doesn't cause any physical pain, but it certainly causes... Not emotional.
Mental.
Psychic.
It certainly
mental.
causes mental pain.
Emotional damage!
He's
Now,
felt the sting of those.
now you see, I could just
This makes you sad.
keep poking you with it until that runs its course. But I also found that even though it doesn't cause physical damage, the mind doesn't always quickly dissociate between what is going to be physical damage and what's going to be mental damage. And I also found that you could just kind of linger at the knife, and he's gonna, this time he probably will take damage, he's gonna put it through his hand, and you could see it come out the other end, and it just kind of stay there because he's holding it, and then he'll pull it out. So,
Okay.
I'm fine with
You want to roll the...
yeah, it's a d6 for this blade. So he
Okay.
just took 5 damage.
Ow.
This is
You're
quite
making a
the...
point. You're
yeah.
making a point.
So, it makes me wonder, and he's going to lower it right in front of his eye, how long it would take your mind to figure out whether or not you're losing your eyeball or if you're just having a very bad headache. And he's going to start moving it into his eye.
Stain's
Cause
going to
damage?
reach out at that
Huh?
and pulls Bo back.
Just heal him.
We're not going to play this game that way yet.
He's not answering. We only have so much time before Canyon comes back.
Right. He said we're not important enough. Who is important enough? What rank do you need?
He grins. None of you.
You know, I consider myself to be quite important. Have some favor with some high places.
Who's that?
Wouldn't you like to know? I'll tell you. If you tell us one thing too.
You first.
That's not how this game works. Do you want him to stab your eye?
Give me an insight check. Stain and Bo.
This is a great good cop, bad cop routine.
This is fun.
Viola is
y'all are
watching
doing terribly.
from the outside. She's just not saying anything.
You see what happens when Snow's not here?
That is 19.
22.
Okay. Oh my. As he starts to grin, you guys notice you're not quite sure exactly what it is. Something in his demeanor changes. Something. As he's grinning, and then he was speaking in that back and forth. Something. But it was noteworthy. And he's just staring at you. I think you want to know more than I do.
Do I? I've held your life in my hands once.
So do it
Enjoy
again.
here. You might be earning your death this time.
We'll see who decides that.
And so do I have the green light now, Stan?
I'm friendly with some deities. They have more influence than anyone else.
Oh? Who's yours?
Who do you think?
I'm not so great with the gods in the light.
How do you know it's not one of the ones of the dark?
Not you. No.
Found a cool temple recently. Seemed worthy investigating, maybe changing over. The gods of the
Oh?
light haven't helped me enough.
You
Been
know,
leaving
you
out a
should-
lot.
You should prove that. They might welcome you.
I think a lot of places will welcome me. Why would I go with your group?
I think we're more fun.
You know, it's also fun.
Say that again?
Said, you know, it's also fun. Tell me what your group's goal is. How is it fun? Why should I leave the light to join the dark for this goal, and not another one?
Well, I think you'd look lovely with a little crown on your head.
I do look good in crowns.
And a sea of people chanting your name, bowing in front of you, and you
Well,
control every single one of them, watching them all.
Be the puppet master instead of the puppet.
That's a way to think about it.
So who in your group wants to wear this crown? Because I can't imagine they'd let a new follower wear it.
Maybe we're just fetching. Maybe it's not for us.
Are you just fetching? Are you that unimportant?
Yeah. You're not ready.
How can I be ready when there's so much I don't know?
We all found our way in one way or another. You just have to leave this place. This place will hold you back.
So far, I've learned a lot more about myself here than I have anywhere else.
Ah. Ah. But as you've shown me very clearly, you've only just met us.
Indeed.
So much to learn.
There's always much to learn. Depends if it's worth learning or not. Is your group worth learning about?
I would say I'm worth learning about.
So this crown, how does that work? How does it control people?
You asked a lot of questions. Tell me something else. Tell
Right.
me. How did it feel?
Is Stan seeing... Does Stan see Bo currently? Like, is she looking over at him at all, or just at this guy?
She's mostly focused on the sky, but she's got a high passive perception that helps her notice things around her.
And how
too.
much is that guy looking in Bo's direction right now?
He is staring dead into Stan's eyes.
Bo's going to summon his die that she's seen him use with the mind link. And like gesture.
Stan will give a little nod, but to cover up that gesture, she's going to pull down her mask as she meets the man's eyes.
Alright, so
Tilts
he's
her head a little
going
bit.
to create a mind link that lasts for
Okay.
2 hours.
Says, like, everything you ever dreamed of.
And then to her, ask him what you need to do to offer your worth.
Well, that was the next question. We're on same brain.
He's staring you down.
Stan said it felt like everything you ever wanted.
Ah. He does continue to stare. And he slowly nods.
Back to
Doesn't
her.
it?
So if I want to feel that again, how would I go about it?
Get me my crown.
Just the crown.
Of course.
It's a beautiful crown. How'd you learn about it? We found it. How'd you hear about it?
All will be revealed. Get the
Right now
crown.
sounds like a good time to reveal it.
No.
If you want the crown, I need more answers. How do I prove my
Bo's
worth to you?
going to link to her, say, and tell him you're more than some eager blood.
I'm more than just some eager blood.
He actually moves his body now. Like before he was like sprawled out, legs out, leaning back, just eyeing you. And he has been kind of leaning in a little bit more, leaning away from the wall. Now he brings his legs in to sit cross. Elbows leaning on his knees, and now his chin leaning on his chest, and he leans in closer to you. You know the writing? Yes.
Writing on the wall? Yes.
All can be revealed.
I told you, it was a beautiful temple down there.
Yes.
Dramatic. A bit garish, honestly, the decoration, but
That is how I like it.
it is.
Mm.
I want an insight check, and she's trying to see if it seems like it's really him talking, or if she gets any inkling that it's another entity, or he's possessed in some sort of way.
Sure. Yeah. You can roll. Yeah, go ahead. Roll your insight.
Ooh. Aha. 23.
Woo! The moment he started grinning is when you notice the change. There is something different. The grin, the intense stare that gone from that lazy stare, and this strange switch in his verbiage.
Who am I really speaking to? You're not some lackey. You're not some fetcher of things. Who am I really speaking to?
He leans in closer, as close as you'll let him get, until he is a mere inch from your face.
And lets him.
And he says, "If you wait too long, you'll never know. I'm already here."
I want to know now.
Bo's gonna. Can't you sense fiends or something like that? Can't you detect something?
Didn't prepare that for this day.
You have prepared for today.
Atala told me not to.
We didn't know we were interrogating demons.
Wonder what it would look like to read his mind right now.
Oh, it would be delicious.
Stay and we'll say, how about we take this game a little more seriously and promise not to lie to each other? And she's going to cast Zone of Truth.
What's the saving throw on that?
That is a charisma save at a 14. You can choose to fail it.
Choose to fail.
Please, please choose to fail.
Okay, just reminding.
Please take no.
Charisma save. Beautiful. What was the DC?
14.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not they fail it?
Yes.
Or succeed it, rather?
I'm aware if they make it or if they fail it.
He succeeds.
That's fine.
And he retorts with, you see, the games in the light are not nearly as fun.
You keep talking a big talk, but you haven't given me much to really draw me in. I've had the crown before. I could get it again. Why do I need you?
I told you. I'm already here.
You're right here. But if I don't know who you are, how will I find you again?
I'm here now.
You are
You know
here.
where I'll be in a minute from now? 2 minutes from now?
Probably in
A
some other
week
poor
from
soul's
now.
body.
Oh, you're the one that set up the ambush on the road for us.
Me? No, not me.
I need an insight check for that one.
Well, I will say, if the best thing you could do for an ambush is some grotesque chickens, you're not that scary.
You always save the best for last. And we got what we wanted from that anyway.
Did you?
Oh, yes.
What's the half-orc that you killed? Trying to start some sort of war? No, sorry, Goliath, not half-orc. Or whatever she was. Saying those, I'm forgetting.
Goliath.
The half Goliath.
That was part of it.
She didn't earn that death, and yet you gave it to her.
I thought she earned it plenty.
That might be one thing the dark and the light disagree on.
You could learn to see it from my view.
I don't like to learn from people whose names I don't know.
Keep an eye out. You might learn it soon.
And if we want to
Who
meet...
says I'll be here?
You're right, you might be dead.
I think you'll find I'm hard to kill.
She looks over, or he looks over at you, Bo.
So, do you just hop around from vessel to vessel?
Bring me my crown.
So you'd let me wear your crown?
Bring me my
Well,
crown.
does it really do anything for you if there's no gems attached?
Give me an insight check.
Okay. I'm not good at these historically, so I'm going to use my inspiration.
Yay!
And it's good, because one of them was a nat 1, and the other one's a 15. So it's a 15 or 17. So it's 17 or a 19 if I need to use psionic.
You don't need it.
Okay.
You mentioned the crown without the rubies, and there is this brief moment of pause. Before it's made up and turned back into just staring you in the eyes with that same grin.
In fact, not only have the gems been taken out, some of them have been smashed. Turns out there's blood inside of them. Kind of gross, really.
Now you seem to have gotten his attention. Smash.
Yes. Does that trouble you?
I can go about however I choose. But you're ruining a perfectly beautiful crown. Why would you do that?
Well, I mean, personally, I didn't do it. I would be fine with selling it. Though, come to think of it, there's blood inside the gems that go inside a crown. That you could wear the crown, it would be enticing. And around where the blood, I'm guessing, is the same as the tub of blood in that little temple of yours. So, dreaming with your eyes open or closed, was it?
And he closes his eyes. And you hear footsteps approaching. As Canyon comes barreling around the corner, he's holding this set of manacles as he's charging towards you guys.
As he hears
profusely apologizing, like, that took longer than I thought. I'm so sorry.
But right before he gets in, Bo wants to take a quick swipe with his actual dagger at the guy just to draw some blood.
Okay, roll your attack.
All right. And he's going to use steady aim with it, because he doesn't need to move.
Fair enough.
It's a nat 20. He's not... he's not trying to actually, like, harm the guy a lot. He's just trying to get, like, a swipe.
What you need.
All right. So do I have to roll damage since it's non-lethal anyway, or can we just say he's got some blood on his knife?
But do give me a Constitution check. A Constitution saving.
Okay, well.
Don't worry, you didn't draw very much blood.
All right, it's a 12.
Yeah. Okay, you're good. Yeah, you give him a cut on what? His face, his arm.
If his arm's exposed, then he would quickly do that.
Yeah, he's in very basic linen, blouse-ish thing and some trousers.
All right, and then quickly, he's going to also message over his stay and, don't worry, I'm not killing him. I just want an idea of what he is.
All right.
Did Viola see this? I can't tell if she's looking in the direction of us or down
Viola's
the hallway.
watching everything that happens.
All right.
Even when she heard Canyon coming, like she's like focused on what's happening in here.
His eyes were closed as you did that, and he didn't seem to flinch at all either.
All right.
As Canyon approaches and he's apologizing about the manacles, the man opens his eyes again.
As she's preparing to get up and leave. She's going to lean in close again to his face and whisper, "Imagine if you could turn one of the God's own chosen to your side." And then she will get up and walk out.
And Bo's gonna stand directly behind her when she walks out, and when has her as a shield because she's much taller and broader than he is. He's going to then use the opportunity. He's not going to bring the knife up to him, but he's going to use his one finger to get some of the blood off of the knife and then like put it to his mouth.
Okay. Stain, when you left, did you look back at him, or you gave him your line and you left?
No, she looked back. She's curious about his response.
Yeah. He looks a little bit confused by what you said. Has a general confusion.
Does he look like he's changed back? Like, is the same? Has his demeanor changed?
Insight check, please.
A 18?
Mm-hmm. He looks in that same kind of, the confusion leans back into that same kind of blasé attitude he had earlier, before that grin and before all the change happened. And he seems confused as to this cut on his arm. And he leans his head back. Kenyon gives space for you to leave the prison cell, hands you your manacles back, and he says,
"Thank you, those were a souvenir." She puts them back in her bag.
"Yeah, far be it from us to take what we don't need to take. We have enough already." So you had some questions for him?
I think we got all we need.
Already?
Yes.
We can be quite persuasive.
I would make a recommendation, though. Maybe if you are going to continue questioning him, have one of the robed people from the keep with you.
Acolytes?
Yes.
Why? Just because
He doesn't seem to always be him that you're talking to. Could be good to have some holy assistance.
What?
Who's your supervisor?
Like
Take me to the manager.
I
Get
mean, like, the
Salvatore out.
head guy,
Whoever
Oh my.
whoever has
just
more
tell me
authority.
what's going on.
Hmm?
Just tell me what's going on.
Who's in charge here?
Come on, guys. I trusted you to go in there.
Well, the thing is, we didn't get clear answers, but there is an offness.
Okay. Sure.
Well, maybe we'll just go back to Seiko's Keep. Can talk to them there. But as this man is, he's not going to be much of a threat to you.
That's at least good to know.
But if his attitude changes, call a cleric.
Call a cleric. Got it. Okay. Have a good day today, Canyon. Keep it good. Okay. Here we go. So
You gotta stop, Canyon. You work too much.
I have a lot of gold to save up. Some things are expensive. So are you, what would be your next plan of attack?
Good question. Let me.
Because essentially, we'll pick up next time with your plan of attack. if that is the
Does
case.
Stan
I know
have
there
any
were
questions for Bo?
what it tastes
Yes,
like.
they're not as
Oh,
important
actually,
as
yeah. What
this.
did it taste like for him?
Tasted like person, you know.
Okay. So it was like the same as the person from the
human.
alley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's
Right.
interesting.
Oh. Stan's probably gonna make for Saker's Keep again.
Is she telling us
Stan.
that, or is she just walking?
Yeah,
that
she'll.
direct? Okay.
she'll-
What's the goal there?
There's either dark god, demon, fiend, something of that sort.
Before we leave, don't we have to have these guys sign a piece of paper?
Oh,
Oh,
Canyon.
Oh, Canyon! Oh, that's great.
Ended on that.
I think you need to put in headphone user warnings when I laugh, potentially.
No, they're
No,
good.
it's perfect. It's perfect and it's amazing.
If it ever got too loud, Discord would cut it off
peaks.
anyway.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
and
peaks.
it cuts out.
Perfect.
Okay. Kenyon happily signs your thing. He doesn't ask any questions about it. He's seeming to learn better. He seems to learn better than to ask this particular lot questions. Staying, or are you guys all going together then to Saker's Keep for some
Well,
question, or
is the keep and the library that Maria is at within a mile of each other?
I don't think so. Not quite. I think they're a little longer than that.
Hmm.
She could just give you the information afterwards.
I was thinking just for coordination purposes.
Sure.
When are we planning on going on this other assignment?
Tomorrow.
Okay, so maybe I should go visit Ziva and see if she'll let me borrow those night vision goggles.
Well, that's a good idea. What about this? Stan, if you go to the camp, or the keep, you can see all about the gods that can be involved or whatever. Viola can make some arrangements, and I can go talk to Maria, and maybe there's also magical books about it.
all right. We'll meet back at the Wild Pike around supper time.
Yeah, because
Sounds like
right
a
now it's
plan.
probably like, what, 12:30, 1 o'clock?
It's like, yeah, like noonish,
Okay.
12:30. Yeah.
Yeah, so Pike at
Time's
around
flying.
6. 6 is a good supper time.
Sounds like a plan.
Brenna can't wait for us to all be split up next session.
But she wanted us to tie up loose ends, so we're out on the road come Halloween.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
It's true. If you guys want to handle all that and like mid next session you are out the door, let's do it. But Snow, you were not part of these plans. You had been over in the Raleigh district playing for the children for a few hours. What few children wandered by and then were scooped up by their kids, or however that went down. You played beautifully, though. I will reiterate. You were there for only a few hours. What was Snow's next plan of attack as well?
I mean, he's going to spend the rest of the afternoon doing that, and then find a tavern somewhere. From there, he will probably play music there as well, which he's also accustomed to doing. Probably eat food, since he hasn't done that in a long time. He skipped lunch.
Dang.
After that, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I will know next week.
But he's
I need
staying
those
in
hours
Raleigh.
that he has to think about things to
That's
know what he's
fair.
going to do next.
No worries. But he's staying in the Raleigh district to do all that? He's finding places in the Raleigh, or he's going back to Peace
Yep.
District? All right. And with this plan of attack, I think that's where we will end tonight's session. Boy, I love unplanned things that are actually technically planned, but also then they happen, and I'm like, you know what would be cool here? This other thing. Let's try it, and hope we didn't crash everything.
It's D&D.
Ah, ain't that just how it be? Anyway,
Ain't that just
Hey.
the way?
thank you all, from all of us here at Tales from the Catacombs. Catch up and recapture your favorite moments by subscribing to the channel. We have something really fun happening when we hit 100 subscribers, and the sooner we hit it, the cooler the thing will be. I just made that declaration right now, so we'll figure out what that actually means, but it's going to be fun. We appreciate you guys journeying with us to bring clean, wholesome content to the world of tabletop RPGs. We upload new content from our tabletop adventures all the time, and we promise it is worth your while. So soon. Oh no, I'm not anymore determining whether or not you're going to catch these live sessions twice a month on Twitch or YouTube. They will be here on YouTube because I'm having too much fun over here instead. So here's where you will find our sessions twice a month live, and it's great. It's gonna be a good time. And a particularly huge thank you to my players, David, who plays Bo, and he streams on Twitch under You Hate to See It, Catherine, who plays Sayin and dabbles in her geek circles on Twitter and Instagram under A Catholic Geek, and she also helps run Inkwells and Anvils, which is a place for storytellers to pursue the good, true, and beautiful with their worlds and words. You can find them on Instagram and Twitter at Inkwells Anvils. Cassie, who plays Viola, and she can be found on Instagram at Coffee, Koffeeeh, and now also on Twitter, though a little less often, but still there, under Koffeejh. And Josh, who plays Snow, and you can find him and wave to him right here when you find him here with us. I'm Brenna, I am your storyteller for this adventure, and we will see you back here next time. Safe travels until we meet again.
Oh, but bonus, on the 29th of
bonus.
this month, there's a
Oh,
premiere.
yeah.
There's a premiere coming that we have recorded. So 6 o'clock that Sunday. It's probably going to be 3 to 4 hours, so grab some popcorn and probably your dinner because we had a long session.
Yeah,
we had a long
session. Sit with us. It was so long, but it was so worth it. Yeah, sit with us on October 29th at 6 p.m. here on YouTube for our premiere of our Halloween special of Agents of Oblivion, which is using a new system to us, Savage Worlds by Pinnacle Entertainment Games, and they are fantastic, and I really enjoyed the system. So I'm excited that I got a chance to play with these guys. It was phenomenal.
Yes,
so
and
make sure you are there.
Had a fancy background like this. I just switched over to it. This is a sneak preview, everyone. All right.
Preview. Oh, it's on a delay, so I can't see it yet.
Sneak preview.
It's cool.
Gosh dang it. I'll see it later. It's fine. So again, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for joining us, and safe travels until we meet again.